Welcome to the January 20th, 2022 meeting of the Southampton Town Zoning Board of Appeals. This meeting is being held via video conferencing pursuant to Chapter 1 of the laws of 2022, and until further notice, all of the board's meetings will be held remotely. So we ask the public to continually check the town's website for updates and new information. There are also options on the website for public comments and to pre-register to speak on public hearings. So please consider that for all future meetings. If you wish to view tonight's live meeting only, please do not join the Zoom meeting and instead go to the town's website. If you wish to be heard during a meeting but did not pre-register, please go to the town's meeting portal, choose the meeting group from the drop-down on the left, and you will find the information required to join the Zoom meeting. With that, I'd ask that you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all. We will be starting this meeting with the public hearings. We have applicants and members of the public standing by via Zoom webinar, which is being moderated by CTV. Charles Certain will mute the speakers until it is their time to give testimony before the board. Please be patient. If you find that you're having difficulties accessing the hearings, please visit the town clerk's meeting portal and click on the instructions link. Also, there are a few public hearings that will not be heard tonight, meaning that they will be adjourned. So please listen to hear when they will be rescheduled for. A reminder that applicants, agents, and members of the public speaking, other than attorneys, will state their address for the record and will offer their testimony as it relates to the application before the board. We have, particularly for tonight, because we have a busy agenda, we have a 3-minute time limit for members of the public speaking. So please try to stay within that time frame so that the meeting can proceed efficiently and to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. Board members who must recuse themselves from any application will state so on the record and will be removed from the meeting until the end of the hearing. Unless stated at the end of each hearing, all of these applications will remain open for written comments and for all purposes until February 4th, 2022. These comments can be addressed to the board secretary, Candace, and sent via email, mail, and/or dropped off at town hall. I would next would ask for a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Let me see. Who moved?
Adam, isn't there an amendment to the minutes?
I'll do that next.
Next, okay.
Okay. Who was the person who made the motion? I couldn't tell.
I'll give it to Brian.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Mr. Daly. Mike, I think you're muted. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let me see. Mr. Tuthill.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And next we have a motion to approve an amendment to the minutes of our December 16th, 2021 meeting. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. And before we get started with adjournments, I just want to say this is Brian DeSessa's last CBA meeting with us. And I just want to say what a pleasure it's been to have you on our board for all these years and what a fantastic job you've done as a CBA member. And we're really going to miss you.
Thanks, Adam. I appreciate it. I enjoyed being here. Wish it could go longer, but understood. So it's been great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd just like
Thank
to
you.
comment that I believe that our board and the residents of the town of Southampton will be at a loss because Mr. DeSessa is no longer going to be with us.
I agree.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I agree.
And the Zoom guy agrees too.
Thank you.
Hey, Charlie.
Oh, God.
Okay. On with adjournments.
Okay. There are some adjournments this evening. First thing we have on the agenda that's changed is item 7 on the agenda, which is Drew Fine, 116 Oliver's Cove Lane in Watermill, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-102-3-14.42. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the town code for a sports court constructed without the benefit of a building permit. 330-11, Residence District's Table of Dimensional Regulations for an accessory side yard setback of 12 feet where 30 feet is required. And 330-76D, placement of accessory building structures and uses in all districts. And 330-83C yards to allow the sports court to remain within the required side yard for a principal dwelling.
Board has
Right.
jurisdiction.
All right, now I'll move to adjourn this case to our February 3rd meeting.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Okay, item 8 on the agenda is Nicholas and Luz Carrazza, 30 Laurel Lane in Sag Harbor, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-26-1-86. I'll move to adjourn that to our February 17th meeting.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa,
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Item 10 on the agenda, which is Thomas R. Stahecki Living Trust. 1205 Majors Path, the North Sea, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-78-1-20.1. I'll move that we hold this over to our July 21st meeting.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa,
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Okay, on the decision calendar, Wayne Frontland, I'll move that we adjourn that. That'll be on our February 3rd meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, then Ross Weinstein and Ariel G. Ball, I'll move to reopen that.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa,
Aye.
Chair votes aye, reopened.
Now I'll move,
I was just gonna say that this application is being reopened because it was discovered that we had advertised it for the wrong pyramid encroachment. And so the board has recommended that it be re-advertised to just make the record clear.
okay, I'll make the record clear. We're gonna re-advertise it for our February 17th meeting.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, Richard Duran, I'll move to reopen that to accept written submissions.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa,
Aye.
Chair votes aye, reopened.
And I'll move to close it for a determination later this evening.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Okay, Fabio Dano. Move to reopen to accept written submissions.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. Daly, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Yeah. Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa,
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And then I
Bill.
move to close it for a determination later this evening.
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
All right, the following determinations: 95 Inlet Road West LLC, 85 Eastway LLC, Kenneth Seif and Nicole Cool Seif, Edward Burke Jr. and Patricia Burke, LPD 4 LLC, Nice Licks Real Estate Holding Development Corp., and Scott Slachter. Those decisions will all be on February 3rd.
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
All right, that's all I got for right this second. Now we're gonna move to the beginning of the agenda, new applications. Item 1 on the agenda is Donald Noble, 14 Sandy's Lane in Remsenburg/Spion, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-368-2-38.21. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the town code for a proposed attached one-story garage. 330-11, Residence District Table of Dimensional Regulations for a required front yard setback of 49.7 feet, where 60 feet is required, to the dedicated town of Southampton future road and any other relief necessary.
The board has jurisdiction.
Evening.
Just one second. Cornelius Kelly, I'm recused on this application. Thanks.
Good evening for the applicant, James N. Hume, 323 Mill Road, West Hampton Beach. As indicated, we're here tonight for a variance for an addition to an existing single-family residence, which on a property that is burdened by an offer to dedication that goes back to the original subdivision of this property from 1982. Is, if I might share my screen?
Sure.
Okay. This is the original subdivision map, and we are lot number 15 down here. And as you can see, there was an offer of dedication for to put a road at some time in the future. That offer to date has not been accepted by the town or even solicited by the town. As indicated, oops, we're, come on now, there we go. Looking to add an addition in this corner of the property. This is an existing house, pool and tennis court. And this is an existing, this is where the proposed addition is to be placed. If you look at this without the property being burdened by the offer dedication, which would be located here, we could get a building permit. We wouldn't need any relief at all. However, because of the existence of this offer, the structure being located 49.7 feet, I think it is, from that line, we are in need of the variance. If I might, I believe that Bill Hine is in the waiting room. He's the architect on this project. If he's there, if he could be let in.
I will do so.
Thank you. With apologies for Bill for not getting him in sooner. So as I was, and Bill is here if there are any questions about the architecture itself, but as I indicated, the addition would be buildable without any variances without this offer of dedication. Just to give you a sense of where in the world, hold on a second. I'm just trying to get to the tab that has the, well, here's what I can do. Aerial. Okay, so here's the lot. The road that's offered for dedication crosses here and ends up here. So if it were accepted by the town, it would be a bridge to nowhere, and lots of places where it could go, but are blocked by existing structures. This lot here, I don't believe is subdividable any further than it is. And there's no offer of dedication on any of these other lots to get from here to anywhere. We're not sure the value of the offer of dedication, but in any event, even if it were sometime taken, our proposed structure, although closer than the code would allow to the street, would not in any way interfere with the ability of the town to install the street. This is not the first time that this relief was requested for this property. As you can see, there's a tennis court on the property, which had the benefit of a variance in 1985 for the very same reason as we're seeking the variance. The tennis court, this is a lot that's larger than an acre. Tennis court would easily fit on this property, but for the offered roadway, and this board in 1985 saw fit to grant a variance to allow the tennis court to be built less than 60 feet from the offered road. So in a nutshell, that's we're looking for the relief necessary to undertake the proposed addition to this house.
Okay. Jim, we did get some comments from the building department. I'm not sure if you've already seen them.
I have not.
Okay. Well, this is what we got from Marjorie Riley, building inspector. Survey shall be revised to indicate the distance of the front west corner of the proposed garage and the town of Southampton future road to verify compliance with the 60-foot setback requirements. That's number one. Number two, although not part of this application, the deck above grade located 41.4 feet from the town of Southampton dedicated future road was built without the benefit of a building permit and shall require relief from the zoning board of appeals if it is over 12 inches from grade. Plans for said deck shall be provided in order to verify compliance.
Okay, well, there was a CO for a deck. I don't know that I can't say in light of that comment that it was for this deck, but there was a CO, and I just assumed that was this deck. But we'll do what we need to do in that regard.
That's fine. Yeah, if you can just address Marjorie's comments with her, that would be great, because we don't want you to end up having problems in the building department if you're done.
Sure.
And that was it. Besides that, the only other question I had was whether you've heard from any of the neighbors.
I'm sorry?
The only other question I had was whether you've heard from any of the neighbors.
I heard from one neighbor. He was just curious what we were up to. And his sign-off comment to me was, I hope you get it. So.
Okay. All right. Mr. Hine is here as well. I know, Jim, you wanted Mr. Hine to say a few words. So, Mr. Hine, I just have to swear you in. So you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yep. William Hine from William Hine Architect, 492 Montauk Highway in Eastport.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you can give us your the information you'd like to give us about this application.
Okay. Jim really covered pretty well the problems with the side yard because it's been sort of offered to the town but never really accepted. So we ended up with, instead of a side yard, we did end up with a front yard setback on that side. Otherwise a variance wouldn't have been required for it. I was unaware that the deck perhaps required something as well. I believe that it is more than 12 inches above grade, but I'll have to double check that. So we'll have to get back to you on that. The garage itself is a one-story garage for 2 cars. It's not oversized, pretty much just what they need to get 2 cars, a little bit of lawn furniture and some bikes in there. We've kept it far enough back like the current house so that we don't need a front yard setback from Sandy's Lane. It is 1 story. It has a flat roof on it, so it doesn't even have the additional mass of roof up above. Definitely no pyramid problems or anything like that.
Okay. So the only other thing I just wanted to mention to you both is if it turns out that Marjorie says that you need relief for the deck, then we're gonna have to deal with that and, you know, reopen, probably re-advertise if there's gonna be variance relief for the deck. I don't see how we can really do that as under any or really necessary, being that it's gonna be another, you know, really a separate variance, you know, on top of the variance for the garage.
Sure.
But in any case, you can speak with Marjorie about it and you know, get back to us. Other than that, I consider this a modest application.
How long's that deck been there?
I thought forever, so I can't, you can't rely on me.
Yeah,
I'll have to,
I'm unsure.
there was a deck there at one point. I don't know that I have the survey about that, but so there was a deck. It wasn't necessarily, apparently not this deck, so.
And it could be, it was a deck that existed that was expanded, you know, in
Right.
other applications. That's what we have sometimes seen.
Right.
So, and maybe there are prior surveys in the file that might be able to shed some light on that.
Yeah, we'll track that down and we'll you know, since it wasn't if it does need a variance and it wasn't advertised in this proceeding, we'd have to reopen or re-advertise anyway. So I'll pursue that with the building inspector and we'll resolve it.
Okay, very good. Okay, any other questions or comments from members of the board? Katie, Anthony?
I had a question. What is the structure that looks like it's partially in that right of way? Like it says like wood fence?
Yes, yeah, it's just a little garden that they have.
Okay.
So it's not a structure, it's a garden?
Well, it's a fence, yeah, and it does actually encroach into the dedicated road area. Yep.
Yeah.
I believe that they were thinking of removing it. So if it was a problem, we'd take it right out.
Well, I think that probably would be a good idea.
Okay.
Well, or just, you know, maybe just check with Marge when you're checking with her on the deck, because she didn't raise it, you know, so
Yep.
maybe it's, you know, maybe it's just something that's considered temporary. I don't know.
Yep.
Adam, can I ask you? When I visited the property, I can tell you that it is definitely more than 12 inches. It's at least 3 feet. So what do you think would be appropriate? Should we adjourn it for them to take care of the situation with the deck? Or should we just deal with the garage? Because in terms of the garage, I had no problem with the garage.
Yeah.
But I do have concerns about what Marjorie is speaking. And I'm asking you what would be appropriate in terms of the continuation of this case.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the 2 ways we could go would be to have, you know, Jim talk to Marjorie and close with written subs. And then if it turns out that Marjorie tells him that relief is needed for the deck, then we would reopen and it would have to be re-advertised. The alternative to that would be to leave it open and adjourn it to the next meeting.
Well, I can tell you definitely that there needs to be relief for that deck.
Yeah, well, Jim is indicating that there was a CO for a deck. So, but we don't know whether it was the CO or the certificate of compliance was the deck at the size and configuration as to what's there now.
Well, Marjorie is even saying that this deck was built without a permit, which is even a different issue than whether or not it requires a variance. I mean, so I don't know if she looked in the file and she couldn't find a permit for it.
Yeah,
I'm happy
I think go ahead.
I'm happy to leave this open for all purposes so that we can investigate this and so we can determine exactly what we're talking about and figure out what the path forward is.
Okay.
That would be acceptable to me if it's acceptable to other members of the board.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Okay, however, before we do any of that, I want to ask if there's anyone from the public who's waiting to be heard in connection with the application.
I have a few people.
Okay, of Noble. This is for property located at 14 Sandys Lane in Remsenburg. So those of you who are waiting to be heard, let us know by raising your hands, and Charlie will let you in one at a time.
Ronnie T is first.
Okay.
Can't decline. You have to accept. If you want to be heard, you have to accept. Okay.
Okay, am I on?
You're on. We can see you. We can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is
Great.
Veronica Thornton.
Okay.
Sorry.
Veronica, I just have to swear you in. If you can state your address for the record, please.
My name is Veronica Thornton. I live at 1 Garland Street, Remsenburg, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. You can give us your comments, please.
So my property is the property behind Mr. Noble. Apparently I am the bridge to nowhere that Mr. Hume referred to. I would like this access road that is to the south of his property to remain able to be opened at one point. A few years ago, Herb Phillips and Herb was my brother-in-law. Before he passed away, he and I discussed the possibility of subdividing my property at one point. I've lived here since 1994. Mr. Noble also, every year since 1994, has approached me asking to buy the back acre. So I think he kind of knows that the property is subdividable at some point. So I would like the board to, assess this situation and let this road remain accessible at future date.
You're talking about the road that is the future town Southampton future road, which
yes, sir.
And would that be Sandy's Lane?
Well,
no, I'm sorry, it's not Sandy's Lane. It goes off of Sandy's Lane.
Right, and to date there is no road there. Nothing has ever been established because it was never necessary. But it is when my husband and I bought the property, and Herb was actually our broker. He pointed out that this, you have a legal deeded right of way that will come to the south end of the property. If at some point you want to subdivide the property, the only way that part of the property would be accessible if I do subdivide would be to open up that access point. Okay. As I said, right now, I have no interest in doing that. And when Herb was even trying to encourage me to do it, I mean, my husband passed away 13 years ago. I can't afford attorneys and land surveyors. Herb wanted to pay for it. He was sick. I didn't want him doing that. But, it might be something that in the future I might need to do. So I would like things to remain as they were when I purchased the property. Okay. And again, like I said, Mr. Noble, states that, or his attorneys state that my property can't be subdivided, but Mr. Noble constantly is approaching me to buy that property that I own because his house, he rents that out in the summertime. He does a group rental there and he wants to build a little house for himself so he can continue to create income by renting out his house and then still be able to come out to the Hamptons in the summer.
Well, Ronnie, my understanding is that we have an application, at least as of right now, may change, for the garage addition that they're doing. If we were to grant the variance relief for the garage, the right of way and this future road would still be there. It would still be able to be utilized. So I don't believe that's going to extinguish or diminish the ability of the development of this road in the future. It'll just mean that this garage, is closer to this future road than zoning allows.
Okay. I was just concerned because I had gotten a certified letter a week ago from Mr. Hume with all of this information in there, which I had to decipher for myself. And the fact that he is making it seem as though this road is not necessary and never will be necessary led me to believe that I needed to approach the board to sort of defend its use or further future use.
I understand. Okay, well, I appreciate your comments, and I don't believe this will have any impact on.
Great. I appreciate the board for listening. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
If there's anyone else, you just have to raise your hand. I see no hands.
It's funny because it's not, I wonder if this is like a new thing that they.
I hear.
I see no
somebody.
hands.
I hear somebody.
Yeah. Okay, if we don't have any hands and no one's indicated that they want to be heard, then at this point, we'll want to ask, Jim, do you want to just respond to Ronnie's comments?
Only as the chairman indicated, we're not, whatever right there is to a roadway, we're not asking you to extinguish that, whatever that is. And what we are proposing will not interfere with the ultimate use if the town chooses to accept the offer of dedication and put a road there. And we're basically seeking a variance as if the road was there, is the bottom line. So,
Adam, can I ask a question?
Sure.
There's also a building envelope on this property, correct? And were you asking for relief from the constrictions of the building envelope as well?
well, I don't know. We were hard pressed to understand whether that was even necessary. So
I don't know.
We did include it in our application, and to the extent that that's a necessary component here, we're asking for it. But I would point out that the house, the pool, leaving aside the deck for a minute, and the tennis court, all of which have COs, violate that envelope. So
Okay, I just was curious.
yeah, but if to the extent that we do need relief from that, we are asking for it.
Okay, but to the best of your knowledge, you don't. And
Right.
you'll be talking to Marjorie anyway, and we're going to have
Yes,
the public hearing
Right.
continue anyway.
Okay.
So if there's an issue, you'll let us know.
will do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, Helen, it is yours. Well, my understanding is we're adjourned.
And I want to remind Jim, I think you should get a copy of the comments from Marjorie, and
Yes.
which of course, as Adam indicated, also includes that about a survey, new survey. So,
Yes.
and since I think that we are in agreement that there is much to be looked at, and that at this point, we would adjourn the case, keep it open, for you to do everything that Marjorie has mentioned in her comments, and then we could have it on. Do you think, Jim, you could get everything together by the 17th of February?
Yes, I would ask for that date.
And
Yes.
that date, I think, would be acceptable.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's a motion to hold open this application
Second.
until February 17th. And it looks like we have a second. Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Hi,
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. Sessa.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and Mr. Kelly had recused himself, so he abstains. Thank you so much, Jim.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Good night to all. And Brian, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Great
Sure
seeing
thing.
you.
See you. I'm sure we'll see you around.
You will.
All right, item 2 on the agenda is Robert Fuhr and Judith Lang. 32A Penny Lane in Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-323-2-31. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the town code. One, for a proposed two-story dwelling on a non-conforming lot, 330-84D pyramid height for a pyramid encroachment of 3,902.6 cubic feet. 330-115C continuance for a proposed rear yard setback of, 22.7 feet where 39.3 feet is pre-existing. 2, for a proposed elevated deck on the south side of the dwelling, 330-83C yards and 330-76D placement of accessory buildings, structures to allow the elevated deck to be located within the minimum and total side yard for the principal dwelling. And 3, for a proposed accessory building, 330-84D pyramid height for a pyramid encroachment of 830 cubic feet. And 330-11, residential district table of dimensional regulations for a proposed accessory rear yard setback of 2 feet where 50 feet is required and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction.
Good evening, Daphne.
Good evening.
Just have to swear you in. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Daphne Vaughn, Surfside Environmental Planning, 225 Montauk Highway, Mauritius, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can tell us about the application.
Okay. So the property is located on the west side of Penny Lane in Hampton Bays. It's accessed by a right-of-way through the property to the east. That is, it's located about 1,400 feet south of the intersection with Shinnecock Avenue. The project includes demolition of a pre-existing non-conforming one-story residence with decking and a detached storage shed, and construction of a new expanded two-story residence, first and second floor decking with a new detached accessory building. And an elevated patio that will be located between the two. It's located in RWB zoning district and is non-conforming to the zone at 15,697 square feet, where 40,000 square feet is required. The property benefits from two pre-existing COs, both for residents and decking from prior to October 14th, 1957. So the variances we're requesting are for the new two-story residence from 331.15C for continuance of the principal rear yard setback from the pre-existing 39.3 feet to 22.7 feet, for the principal total side yard from the pre-existing nonconformity of a combined 65.3 feet to 56.3 feet, and for 330.84D pyramid in the amount of 3,902.6 cubic feet from the northern property boundary. For the proposed deck, we are looking for variance from 330.76D83C for the location in the total required side yards to the principal structure. And for the detached accessory building, we are looking for a variance from 330.34 from RWB setbacks for a proposed rear yard setback of 2 feet where 50 feet is required, and pyramid 84D in the amount of 830 cubic feet from the eastern property boundary. For the proposed elevated patio between the house and the accessory building, we're requesting a variance from 330.83C as it's greater than 12 inches above grade and will be located within a required rear yard setback. So the expansion on the proposed new residence footprint will be landward. This is a waterfront property that is bulkheaded. So the expansion will be landward by 18 feet from the existing footprint with a proposed second floor. The RWB zoning district does allow for mixed uses within the neighborhood as far as commercial and multi-dwelling units properties. The area does contain other two-story residences that also have decks and accessory structures, buildings in the neighborhood. We are constrained by wetlands in that all the work will be taking place greater than 50 feet landward of a functional bulkhead. We have provided town and Environment Division and New York State DEC letters of non-jurisdiction. But we are showing the deck right now at that 50-foot limit. We are showing FEMA compliance. Right now, the first floor elevation is at 8.8 feet, where we are in an AE 8 flood zone. So we need to have a first floor of 10. We're proposing an elevation of 11 because we are in very close proximity to that AE 9 flood zone just to the west of the existing structures. We are also proposing a new IA septic system and a new water line. The project yields a total lot coverage of 14.3%, where 20% is allowed. I did receive Marjorie's comments. I did have a meeting with her and Candace by Zoom last Friday to go over the variances needed. And we did revise the architectural plans. I can share my screen to show them to you. We did make all the corrections that she requested, and we also added a cross section to show the ceiling heights of each level and floor plans for the basement. The only survey correction that Marge agreed is necessary is to just add the number of stories for the 2 proposed buildings. The other items she said were not needed. So I can share my screen if you like. Paul Clinton, the architect, is also here.
Okay.
I feel like my computer is super slow tonight for whatever reason.
Yeah, we can hear you okay, but your video's kind of
Delayed.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's better if Paul is here, if he shares the plans through his screen.
Charlie, can you call in?
Paul Clinton should be here.
Say it again.
Paul Clinton should be here.
Coming now.
Paul Clinton.
He's coming.
Great.
Good evening, Paul.
Good evening. How are you?
Doing okay. Just have to swear you in. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Paul Clinton, architect, 27 Sherwood Road, Hampton Bays, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I know that Daphne wanted to see if you could share your screen
Yep.
and give your comments.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go through the drawing one by one. So we don't really have a basement in this because of the flood zone. It's just a crawl space and foundation. So we have the accessory structure slab is just a slab overfill. We are raising the slab on the garage above the base flood elevation. It's not even a garage, it's an accessory structure above the base flood elevation, just because of recent weather events. And we feel that it's probably prudent and better constructability to do so. The crawl space is just a simple structure, about 5 feet. Let me just do this, that's better. About 5 feet from the underside of the structure to the grade around it, the adjacent grade. This is the first floor plan. So we have our accessory structure here. We have this raised plaza. This represents the floor plan below. One bedroom downstairs, deck looking towards the south and west of the property towards the canal. This is the second floor, which has an observation deck going looking towards the south and the south and the west, and a little observation deck area for the master bedroom. This is really where we're talking about with the pyramid violation. This would be the property line to the north. We have a piercing of the pyramid right here, which represents just this north side of the house. And it's 39 3902.6 cubic feet in violation. We also have a pyramid violation of the accessory structure, which is set back 2 feet from the property line. Ridge height from the flood elevation is 13.7. The house itself, if I go back to here, is not really that tall. We are definitely within, and I think I show this on the section, so I'll go to the next drawing. From elevation 0, to the ridge, 0 being like groundwater or the lowest level, is at 36.46. I believe for FEMA, you're required 40 or 42 or something like that. So we're well within our FEMA requirements. And even at the natural grade, that's 6 feet higher than that. So we would be at 30 feet. So we don't pierce any height violations there. This is sort of the makeup of the project. We have a first floor. This would be the crawl space here. And we just have a small attic space above for ductwork, chases, etc. And this also represents the piercing of the pyramid here on the north side of our property.
What are the ceiling heights?
So on the second floor, our plate height is at 8 feet. And the first floor, we have a 9-foot ceiling. And this is where we're bringing this level, like Daphne said. This would be the base flood elevation. And then this is where your design flood would be, +2. We're at +3. The AE9 is literally probably a foot away from where the west wall of the house is. You could probably see that on the survey. And then rest of the property is at AE8. So we thought that it would be better to sneak another foot on first floor elevation in order to get a little bit safer conditions should there be a weather event. If anyone has any questions regarding any specific drawing, I'm happy to oblige.
Yeah, so I would imagine, you know, some effort went into all of this in terms of the location of the structures.
Yeah.
When we have, you know, pyramid relief that's over 2,500 cubic feet, you know, we, you know, ask questions usually to see if there are any ways that the applicant can reduce the pyramid relief.
Okay.
So I'm just mentioning that, and I suspect other board members are going to ask about that as well. Besides that, the other thing that jumped out at me, not related to the plans that you're showing, was the relief for the 50 feet to 2 feet for the elevated deck. And what is the necessity for that? But that extensive, that, to me,
Oh, it's for the,
a lot of relief.
it's the 50 feet to 2 feet is for the accessory building. It's not for the deck.
Not for the deck, it's for the building.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's actually an accessory building there. It's a shed right now. What is that shed? It's 8 by 12.
Yeah, that's probably why I thought it was well, I thought it was for a deck. I couldn't tell exactly what it was. The survey was tiny.
Yeah, I've been working with the surveyor to blow up I've worked with him to do the revision to the survey, but I didn't want to actually make any prints yet because I wanted to make sure the board didn't have any other issues. But I've worked with him to see if he can change the proposed portion of this to a larger scale so that it is a little more readable because there's a lot going on here. And he believes he's able to get it to a 20 scale instead of 30. So a revised survey will be a little more legible.
Okay. Well, relief of 50 feet to 2 feet is a significant amount of relief.
Yeah.
It is. And, you know, usually when it comes to buildings where people are either going to be living in them or using them. If we're talking about anything being 2 feet from a property line, the purpose of setbacks is to have it so that neighbors aren't literally staring at each other as they're using their property. And so any structure that's 2 feet from a property line can become problematic. So, but we'll see if any of the neighbors are concerned. But jumped out at me.
I did hear from 2 of the neighbors. I spoke with Elizabeth Soroka, who's the neighbor to the east on the flag lot on Penny Lane. She called me earlier in the week to say that her only concern was that she still had access to the right of way, because that right of way is a dual purpose one where it gives her access to the water and Foyer and Lang access to and from Penny Lane. And so I had told her that this was not going to impede upon the access points for either property owner. And so that was her main concern. I also spoke with Ms. Piro this afternoon, who I believe is on the meeting here. And she has some concerns about the height of the building. So I'm sure she's gonna voice those herself.
Okay, well, and we want to hear from the neighbors, but those are the 2 things that jumped out at me that I had questions about. I mean, we do sometimes grant relief of 3,900 cubic feet, but and also we want to encourage people to comply with FEMA. We want people to raise their houses so that they're not in danger of being damaged from a flooding incident. But that having been said, we also want people to try to see what they can do to minimize risk. So I'm not sure whether any of the rest of my colleagues can say a few words.
Yeah, I'd like to say I really can't read the survey, and I was checking to make sure I had my right glasses on, but it's not only too small. The black print on the dark brown coloration is illegible for me. So I need something different, either that or a magnifying glass, but we shouldn't need to have a magnifying glass on our table. Number 1. Number 2, I think that the ceiling heights are too generous, and I'd like to see what you could do to reduce those in order to reduce the need for pyramid. And I'm not in favor of an accessory structure with a 2-foot setback. Period. So those are my comments.
Daphne, the existing shed, or what was originally was like 12.6 feet from the property line? Am I reading it correct?
Yes, correct.
That doesn't have a CO, right?
That's an excellent question.
I don't see a CO for the
I
shed.
don't think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Does it need one?
And these aerials, or some of these aerials that were submitted, I mean, they're I don't know what we're looking at.
Oh, well, I had originally submitted requesting a single and separate search, but in my meeting with Candace and Marge, we kind of came to the determination that that was not really necessary, because requesting variances from 115C for the pre-existing nonconformity was actually going to be better than the 115D. So.
Oh, they're also just not at a quality that's legible. So
I'm in my zoning board meeting. I can't talk.
I just ask that you produce documents that are legible. in
Those
these
are from the 60s and 70s, and I really have no control over those from what the GIS has.
Daphne, could I also ask a question about the right of way? You seem to have a proposed driveway that encroaches into the right of way. Is that an issue?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
See, there's a proposed driveway, a reconfiguration that seems to come into the pedestrian right of way. That's not going to obstruct that right of way. Is that correct?
No, I won't obstruct it.
Okay.
It
Well,
just-
I have similar concerns as Adam and Michael about the setback on the property line, the 2-foot setback. I have less concerns about the height, though. I agree that if there's anything to be done to bring down the pyramid relief, it would be to your advantage.
Okay.
I agree on the shed as well. I mean, 2 feet is just,
Right.
it's right on top of the neighbor. Even I
It's
understand.
tight. It's tight.
Yeah, it's pretty tight.
And something we don't grant much, if at all, under much of any circumstances that I can recall. That's for an accessory structure. Sometimes it's well, this is an accessory building. Sometimes we've had sheds, very close to property lines, but we don't usually have accessory buildings that are going to be used for, whatever purpose, close to a property line. I can't recall like a garage for parking that close.
Okay.
So it's going to have to be. I think we have 4 votes here at this point that it's not going to work. So
That makes 5.
Yeah. So that needs to be revised. And I don't know whether there's any possibility of moving the structure, its angle or its configuration, as opposed to just making it smaller. But it's clearly not acceptable as it is. And as to the pyramid relief, want to see if the ceiling heights on each floor can be reduced to reduce the pyramid relief. But in any case, that's kind of where we are right now, but we also want to hear from neighbors. But before I do that, any other questions or comments from members of the board? Katie, Anthony? Okay, is there anyone from the public who's waiting to be heard this evening in connection with the application of Pure and Lang? This is for property located at 32A Penny Lane in Hampton Bays. If you're waiting to be heard, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand. And I see we have a couple of people. I don't know who wants to go first.
I'll go first.
Okay. All right, just have to swear you in if you can, unless you're an attorney. State your name and address.
My name is Deborah Pirro, and I reside at 30 Penny Lane, Hampton Bays, New York, to the north of this proposed structure.
Okay, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can give us your comments.
So I received this in my mailbox today, and so I've been digesting it all afternoon, and I have the same concerns that you all have. Maybe magnified because I live next door. I've gone through great pains since 2003 to keep my property vegetated and free of a lot of structures and just enjoying the natural beauty. I have one of the larger lots on Penny Lane, and I guess my concern is definitely the piercing of the sky plane. And I'm wondering if there could be some revision to the plans where we don't have the sky plane being pierced. I understand that it does have to be FEMA compliant, and I'm all for renovating and all of that good stuff. However, just because somebody can doesn't mean they should be granted a variance. The structure's massive for the lot, in my opinion. The height of it, because of FEMA compliance, adds to that. And that sky plane piercing runs all the way down the side of that building. So, I just ask the board to encourage this project to become a project that doesn't require so many variances. I understand it's a pre-existing non-conforming building as it exists now, but it's also a one-story structure, not a two. So just because it's pre-existing non-conforming doesn't mean it should be able to become twice as high. Well, more than twice as high, I guess. I don't know. I'm not an expert at this. I was looking at plans. I did reach out to Daphne because I wanted to be on this call this evening to express my concerns. And let me just go through my notes here to make sure I have covered everything. But my big thing is the sky plane. And honestly, I don't know if Elizabetta has access to Zoom meeting or anything, and she's the person behind this structure. I can't speak for her, obviously. And I didn't have a chance to reach out to her. What else can I add to this?
Well, this public hearing is going to be kept open, so she'll have it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're going from 1,000 square feet to 2,300 square feet. And yes, the constraints there are due to, I guess this property is in a flood zone. I'm not, but this property is. And so there are wetlands involved and everything else. So I know that that hinders where this house can be. But perhaps it could be shifted to the south, or perhaps it could be 1.5 stories of a house and not a full 2-story house with a crawl space. I mean, that's a walk-in closet that's piercing the sky plane. Why? So I think that's all I have to say right now about this. And like I said, I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's an obstruction and it's going to affect my property values. And I think we have zoning laws in place so that we can preserve some of why we're all out here, you know. And I'd like to see these people be able to improve their property, but not be required to have these variances. I mean, to do it within the limits of the building code would be my preference.
Deborah, did you
Thank you all for your time.
Deborah, did you receive notification only today?
You know, I was away on business for the last week. And so when I went to my mailbox this morning, I wrote home early this morning, I received it today, yes. I don't know when the postmark was because I didn't know who Surfside Environmental was. So I tore open the envelope and threw it in the fireplace. So I don't have a postmark date or anything to, you know, I'm sure it was mailed in time. It's just I wasn't home.
Okay, all right.
Thank you for your time.
The green card that I received back from the post office said it was received by Miss Pirro on the 12th.
I wasn't home. I was away. So.
Did somebody maybe sign for you for it?
No, I'm the only one that lives there. So I don't know who would have signed my signature.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just the mailing that has that time frame on it, not the receipt. So if you were away.
Yeah, no, I understand. I did my best to digest this, but I do want to have somebody look it over for me. And
there's going to be time for that.
People need to build within the building code, and that's why we have a building code, and that's why you're here. And we appreciate all you do. So, thank you.
No problem. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Sir, I wanted to you can unmute yourself. I can swear you in. There you go. You can just state your name and address, please.
My name is Hamilton Hogue. I'm at 59 Leland Lane, Southampton Village, New York, and I work with Miss Pirro, who asked me to jump in on this call.
Okay, and do you swear to tell hold on, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You tell us your comments, please.
Yes, my comments are, you know, I served, as you guys may know, for about 15 years in the village of Southampton, and 5 years as the chair of the ARB. One of the reasons we pushed a pyramid law is exactly this application, is to keep things back from our neighbors, keep things from imposing so much on property lines. That's why it's so important. But primarily, I'm not the applicant, I'm not the owner of the property, Deborah is. I think she just needs time to talk to a land use attorney perhaps, or even a surveyor, to sit down and figure out what is going to be the actual height of this house. We had problems in Southampton Village, as you guys know. We've all read the same papers. You know from being in a larger venue of the town, of having FEMA shoot up a house an extra 10 feet at the last minute. You know, I'd like to see a grayscale overlay of the existing house in comparison to this house as it actually sits on the existing grade, not the proposed FEMA grade, but really what is going to be the actual height of that ridge line? And is there a way to move that back so it's in compliance with the pyramid law? And secondly, while Deborah and I were both away, we didn't arrive back till 9:30. I'm surprised she did get up and attack her mail so fast this morning, but I did get multiple calls this afternoon panicking, and I said the thing to do is to get on board, talk truthfully and straightforward with the board, and hopefully have a little time so that between now and your next meeting, she can be more informed of exactly the details of the application. I do, however, have to say, I am concerned that a crawl space being underneath a FEMA compliant, I'm wondering where are the boilers, where are the air handlers? That stuff can't be under there. Where's the electrical panel? All that has to be on the first floor above 11 feet, as I understand it, which would further typically raise that house up a lot higher than what it's shown now. So I would ask for a sky plane with FEMA implied and with a grayscale overlay of the existing compared to the proposed now. And that's all I have to say. And I do thank you guys for a terrific job that you do. I've sat behind that desk many times. I wish we had Zoom in those days, and at least I could walk in the other room and grab myself a glass of water or take a break for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So Daphne, Mr. Hoja made a request for some particular information. Is that information you could provide to him?
That is in the plans. There is a mechanical room on the first floor. Everything will be FEMA compliant. The crawl space is just that. It's going to just be basically dirt underneath the house. That if it's in an AE flood zone, it can have a foundation. It just has to have hydrostatic openings. You just can't have mechanicals below base flood elevation. Paul can speak to that as well.
That's correct.
So just if I may just come back in. On the first floor plans as they've been shown tonight, I haven't seen all the plans. I don't see a mechanical room. I see a gymnasium. I see other rooms. Where exactly is that located?
Okay.
I'd love to,
You go ahead, Paul.
I'll share my screen again.
Thank you. Sorry.
But I just want to mention, you all could have a conversation, between now and the next time this meeting is heard to go over all these details. Okay, we have a long agenda tonight, and we really don't have the ability.
I'll pop this up for a second or two, but this is the first floor. We have the mechanical room in the back, electric panels here. I've done plenty of projects where this seemed to work out, so I'm confident.
You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, is there anyone else who is waiting to be heard this evening? Thanks for the application of Fior and Lang for 32A Penny Lane in Hampton Bays.
No here.
Okay. So, Daphne, I think we indicated, we're not giving you a specific number, but I will tell you we want to see what can be done. I think I'm getting the majority of the board wants to see what can be done in terms of reducing the pyramid. But I think we have a definite majority on the board that has a problem with the 2 foot setback for the accessory building. And that's got to be changed. It's got to be brought back from the property line significantly. I don't know exactly what the number would be that the board will be satisfied with, but what I'd like you to do is to see what is possible, including possibly reducing the size of the structure itself, if necessary.
And Daphne, I think you can remember Michael said that a lot of the material was illegible. So if you could give us something that we could more easily read without a magnifying glass.
Agreed. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we would appreciate that. And then my other question is when you'd like to come back.
Paul, what do you?
All right. Wow, the million-dollar question. So, you had mentioned in another meeting, there's a zoning board meeting on the 17th, 18th.
We have room on our agenda on the meeting on February 17th. We also have room on our agenda for our next meeting, which is February 3rd, but I don't know if that's enough time. You do
Definitely not. And I would venture to guess that the one after that is going to be a little lofty too, but let's shoot for that. And Daphne and I could always adjourn for the next meeting after that if we're running into some scheduling conflicts.
Yeah, let's canvas now. Okay. All right. Keith, it is yours.
I'll move to leave it open for all purposes to our February 17th meeting.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all for your comments this evening. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 3 on the agenda is 911 Flanders Road LLC in Riverside, Suffolk County Tax Map 900, 138, 2, 31, and 32. This is 9 and 11 Flanders Road. Okay. Applicant requests an interpretation that the proposed 3,024 square foot convenience store is a customary accessory use to the proposed gasoline station at the subject premises or relief from 330-167 special types of variances and 330-31B maximum number of uses for an use for the proposed gas station at a non-conforming lot, 330-34 Business District's Table of Dimensional Regulations for a principal front yard setback of 30 feet, 30.6 feet, Flanders Road, 39.9 feet, Riverly Avenue, where 50 feet is required, 330-132A filling station to allow a lot area less than 40,000 square feet, a frontage and the frontage of less than 200 feet along a collector street and secondary highway. 330-132E for pumps to be located 39.8 feet from Flanders Road and 49.1 feet from Riverly Avenue. And where a distance of 50 feet is required. 330-83H yards for off-street parking and front yard, Riverly Avenue and Flanders Road. 2 for the proposed grocery store. So what's this going to be, a convenience store or a grocery store?
Keep going.
I'll try. For the proposed grocery store, 330-34. Business District Table of Dimensional Regulations for a principal rear yard setback of 39.1 feet where 50 feet is required. 2 for principal side yard setback of 10 feet where 50 feet is required. 330-84D pyramid encroachment of 3,109.6 cubic feet on the south side of the property. And 330-33 Business District's Table of Dimensional Business District's Table of Use Regulations for a proposed convenience store use that is not permitted on the HB zoning district. 3 for the proposed gas station and convenience grocery store, 330-95 schedule of off-street parking space requirements for non-residential uses. A proposed total of 36 parking stalls where a total of 55 is required, 29 parking spaces required for the 6 pumps and 31 for the grocery store. 330-99G, design requirements for non-residential parking and truck loading areas. A total of 2 handicap spaces where 3 handicap spaces are required. 330-193, excuse me, 330-103. Corner clearance for proposed parking within 50 feet from the intersection of Flanders Road and Riverly Avenue. 4, 330-83H, 1 yards to allow off-street parking to be located in the required front yard. 5, for a proposed monument sign, 330-206B zoning districts and 330-205B general provisions for a 48 square foot sign where 32 square feet is permitted. 330-205B 1-2 be located on a property where part of the building has a front setback of less than 40 feet. 330-207A illuminated signs for an internally illuminated LED price sign where only opaque backgrounds, translucent letters and symbols, and white light sources is permitted. 330-210.1 C, miscellaneous provisions for a sign exceeding the required 3 colors. For proposed wall signs, 330-205A for 2 additional signs located on the north and east side of the canopy, where only 1 wall sign facing the street is allowed. 330-210.1C for a sign exceeding the required 3 colors and any other relief necessary.
The board has jurisdiction, and I also just wanted to add to that, the write-up that we do have a memo from the building department modifying the relief for number 3 for the parking. It was advertised that 55 spaces were required, but it's actually 36. So the variance is for 30 parking spaces where 36 is required.
Thank you, Ms. Garvin.
Okay, thank you. Keith, maybe you can tell us about the application. Just state your name and address so you're in there for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Grossman, and members of the board. Keith Brown, Altman and DeLeo, 538 Broad Hollow Road, Suite 301 West, Melville, New York, 11747. Just before I get started, I see that Jefferson Murphy was brought into the meeting. Could I ask if Chris Tartaglia, Andrew Valari, and Rick Bartlett also be brought in to the hearing, Mr. Trezza? Or who's ever got control?
Charlie.
That's not me.
Chris Tartaglia and who else?
Coming in.
Chris Tartaglia and Rick Bartlett. Great. One more.
And I can swear all of you in.
That would be wonderful.
Okay. All right. So if you can each state your name and address for the record. One at a time.
One second. We just need Mr. Bartlett.
No problem.
Can you have him raise his hand? I can't find it. It must be on the phone.
Okay.
So
Okay.
when he comes in, we can swear him in.
That's fine. Let's proceed.
Okay. All right. So Chris, if you can just state your name and address for the record.
Chris Tartaglia, 521 Conklin Street, Farmingdale, New York.
Okay. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Andrew, you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Andrew Valeri. That's spelled V as in Victor, I-L-L-A-R-I, with Stonefield Engineering and Design, 584 Broadway, Suite 310, New York, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And Jeff, you're next, but you're muted. There we go. You can state your name and address for the record, please.
Jefferson Murphy, 1 Bayberry Lane, Sag Harbor, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Terrific.
The person
you,
on the
Chairman.
phone has to hit *6.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We're here this evening with respect to 9-11 Flanders LLC's application to redevelop the vacant property previously used as a gasoline station and auto service station located at 9-11 Flanders Road in Riverside, New York, with a brand new state-of-the-art gasoline station with accessory convenience store. As part of the overall redevelopment, the applicant seeks, one, an interpretation that the convenience store is a customary and incidental use with the gasoline station, and two, area, sign, and parking variances for the new gas station and convenience store. Just at the outset, we note that in addition to the relief that was listed in the December 29th, 2021 building department letter, we also require relief from Town Code Section 330-132 sub B, as the gas station is approximately 360 feet from the Goodwill AME Church. We ask that this relief be incorporated into the record and be part of the application.
Okay, we can do that. But has that information all been submitted, or you're just talking about the?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. If it has been, that's fine.
So in advance of tonight's hearing, all sign postings were performed in compliance with the town code on January 8th of this year. The affidavit of posting and pictures of the sign postings were submitted to the ZBA secretary this morning. In addition, all mailings were performed in compliance with the town code on January 6th, the same day of this year. And the affidavit of mailing was submitted to the ZBA secretary on January 19th of this year. As you know, with me tonight, we have the following experts: Mr. Jefferson Murphy, AICP, our project planning consultant; Mr. Chris Tartagler, PE of High Point Engineering, the project civil engineer; Mr. Andrew Bellari, PE of Stonefield Engineering and Design, the project traffic engineer; and I believe in the wings is Mr. Rick Bartlett, registered architect, our project architect. On January 14th of this year, our office submitted the following documents by letter dated January 13th. One, an aerial photograph prepared by High Point Engineering. Two, a color site plan rendering prepared by High Point Engineering. Three, sign plans prepared by High Point Engineering. Four, photographic simulations of the property both before and after the redevelopment. Five, elevation and canopy drawings prepared by BAR Architecture. Six, a planning report prepared by Jefferson Murphy dated November 15th of 2021. And seven, copies of town BZA precedent in support of the application, which includes resolutions by this board where it has held that a convenience store is customary and incidental accessory use to gasoline service stations. And finally, a traffic report prepared by Stonefield Engineering and Design, last revised January 13th of this year. By way of background, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the site, but just for the record, the property is located on the southeast side of the traffic roundabout at the intersection of Flanders Road and Riverlight Avenue. The property is currently vacant and has been for more than 10 years, with the remnants of a gasoline fueling canopy and service station remaining on the lot. If I could just ask Chris Tartagler to pull up the aerial and share the screen, that would be great. As you can see from the aerial, the surrounding area includes other commercially used properties. Directly to the east of the property is a commercial building that is now vacant, and residential properties are further east, and the Goodwill AME Church. Directly south of the property is a coffee house, a Budget Inn hotel, and a New York State Police barracks. Southwest of the property and across Riverlight Avenue is a professional office building used by the Sound Gynecologic Oncology PLLC. And directly north and across the street from the subject premises is a McDonald's, an oxygen bar, and other commercial uses. Importantly, there's a 76 gasoline station and accessory convenience store located along the north side of the traffic roundabout at the intersection of Peconic Avenue and Flanders Road. which has both a gasoline service station and accessory convenience store. And directly west of the property on the west side of the traffic roundabout at the intersection of Lake Avenue and Woodhull Avenue is a Shell gasoline station with accessory convenience store. The history and proposed application is as follows. The property was improved with a gasoline service station since circa 1969 to approximately 2011. The auto service station was added to the property in approximately February of 2004. The applicant seeks to raise the existing structures and develop the property with a brand new state-of-the-art 3,024 square foot 7-Eleven convenience store. The gasoline service station portion will have 6 dispensers for a total of 12 fueling positions, a new canopy, and a new monument sign, as well as associated site landscaping, parking, and lighting. The site is presently dilapidated and vacant, located on one of the busiest and active thoroughfares in the town. The improvements by the applicant will reduce the blight and increase the viability of the roundabout. Specifically, the proposed design will increase walkability and provide a much needed enhancement to the downtown area at and near the traffic roundabout. The home plate design layout of the proposed convenience store allows for ease of ingress and egress from the property for both automobile and truck traffic. And third, the overall traffic impact will not be substantial due to the location of the property and the nearby traffic flow at the roundabout, which Mr. Valeri will discuss later in our presentation. We also note the following. The convenience store will be a masonry brick building sided with brick and stone veneer and decorative dormers. The proposed landscaping along the front of the property on the roundabout will provide an overall benefit to the area and will be fully consistent with the town standards. Third, the monument sign will have an aesthetically pleasing design with right now we're showing a brick base, but after speaking with the building department, we're going to redesign that to remove one of the variance reliefs. And fourth, the masonry trash enclosure will be surrounded by landscaping and hidden from plain sight. So just to frame the issues before the board, as part of the redevelopment, the applicant requests an interpretation that the convenience store is customary and incidental with the primary gasoline station use. After that, we'll be going through the bulk requirements for the principal gas station. Then we'll be going through the bulk requirements for the accessory convenience store. Finally, we'll walk through the parking variance, the signage variance, and we'll finish with presenting some of the prior precedent to the board. So with that, we submit that the town ZBA precedent is clear that a convenience store is an accessory use to gasoline stations. Prior to this evening's hearing, our expert submitted a detailed planning report which discusses how the proposed convenience store is consistent with the line of cases where this board has previously held that the convenience store is accessory to a gasoline station. Mr. Murphy will speak on the findings of his report in a moment, but I'd just like to point out that we've submitted town ZBA precedent where this board has held, as I stated, that convenience stores are accessory to the principal use. The submitted ZBA resolutions include matter of DLV Quag, decision number D018150, dated November 15th of 2018. That's for the site located at 74 Spiny Road in East Quag. Second precedent is the matter of Sun Oil Company, decision number D4147, dated December 4th of 2014. That site is located at 478 County Route 39 in Tuckahoe, New York. Next is F&E Realty, decision number D016084, dated June 16th of 2016, for the site located at 172 West Montauk Highway in Hampton Bays. The next one is F&E Realty, decision 10915, dated February 21st, 2008, located at the southwest corner of 2000 North Highway, County Route 39, and Hill Station Road in Shinnecock Hills, New York. Next is Amarada Hess Corp. Decision number D10112, dated February 5th, 1998. That's on the south side of North Highway, County Route 39 in Tuckahoe, New York. Next is the Bridgehampton Service Station LLC. Decision dated decision number D012059 dated January 4th, 2007, located at the northwest corner, number 2148 Montauk Highway and Snake Hollow Road in Bridgehampton, New York. And last, we have Hawk Industries, that's Hawk with an E, Industries LLC, decision number D011244 dated August 7th of 2003. That site is located at 960 Montauk Highway in Watermill, New York. In addition, the accessory convenience store at the property is consistent with the character of the neighborhood along the Riverside Roundabout, as the 76 gasoline station at 7 Peconic Avenue includes an accessory convenience store, and the Shell gasoline station located at 9 Lake Avenue also includes an accessory convenience store. However, unlike both of those service stations, the accessory convenience store here, as part of this project, will be designed to have 2 fully ADA compliant restrooms. The footprint of the building, being 3,024 square feet, is necessary to provide both bathrooms that are ADA compliant, in addition to providing ample space throughout the store and the bathrooms for handicap accessibility and maneuverability. Specifically, by comparison, the 76 station located at 7 Peconic Avenue does not have any bathrooms. Instead, the owners have opted to have a porta potty near the boundary line of the property, creating an extremely dangerous and unhealthy situation. And second, the Shell station located at 9 Lake Avenue has a single unisex bathroom located outside of the store that does not meet ADA standards. So Mr. Tartagler will go into in more detail the bulk variances, but I just wanted to kind of review them quickly for the board. With respect to the lot area, the applicant requests relief from section 330-132A to permit a lot area of 39,567, where the minimum lot area is 40,000 square feet is required. We would submit that the size of this variance is de minimis and will not be a detriment to the nearby properties. The applicant also requests, with respect to variances for the principal gas station canopy, front yard variances to permit the new canopy to be situated 30.6 feet from Flanders Road and 39.9 feet from Riverlay Avenue, where the town code section 330-132A requires 50-foot yard setback. A variance from town code 330-132B to allow gasoline pumps to be located 39.8 feet from Flanders Road and 49.1 feet from Riverlay Avenue, where 50 feet is required. And these will be reviewed and discussed by Mr. Tartaglia in a moment, but the site has been designed in a manner to provide for safe on-site circulation. And due to the unique geometric characteristics of the property, notably its dimensions, and that it has 2 front yard setbacks, it's not feasible to safely design this site without setback variance relief. We also note that this board has granted front yard setback relief for other gasoline stations, for example, in the matter of Sun Refining and Marketing Company, decision number 9136, dated July 19th of 1991, for the property located at the southeast corner of County Road and McGee Street in Tuckahoe, New York. This board granted relief to allow the canopy to be located 30 feet from the front yard property line. And as you'll see in a moment from the aerial plan, and as well as we prepared a building envelope plan, it's very difficult to meet any of the setbacks for this particular property due to its unique geometric characteristics. But as you'll see on the aerial plan, the properties on the other side of Flanders Road and Riverlay Avenue are all commercially used, and granting setback variances for the gasoline station will not change the character of the area, nor will it create a detriment for the surrounding commercial property owners. As the applicant's request for variance relief from Town Code Section 330-132B to allow gasoline station to be located 320 feet from the Peconic River, where a 500-foot setback is required, we note that the 76 gasoline station is located closer to the Peconic River than the subject property. Next, with regard to the bulk variances for the accessory convenience store, in regard to the accessory convenience store, the building setback of 39.1 feet from the easterly rear yard property line and 10 feet from the southerly property line, where 50 feet is required pursuant to section 330-34. I'd like to point the board to the case of 8 10F Realty Corp. That decision number is D-10336, dated May 6th of 1991, for the property located across the street at 7 Peconic Avenue, permitting the convenience store to be located 22 feet from the rear yard where 50 feet setback is required. And as I mentioned, we note that the project has a limited building envelope based on its unique shape and dimensions. As such, the setback relief is necessary for the convenience store under the pyramid law, which was just discussed in the prior application thoroughly. That's Town Code Section 330-84D, which Mr. Tartaglia has an exhibit and will go through at length. But there is prior precedent for that under that Sun Oil Company decision number D-014147, dated December 4th of 2014, for the site located at 478 County Route 39 in Tuckahoe, New York, which granted similar pyramid law relief. And finally, you'll see from the color site rendering submitted prior to tonight's hearing that the applicant will be adding green space along the easterly rear yard of the property where little to no landscaping presently exists. Further, the property currently has no on-site trees. As part of the application, trees will be planted along the easterly rear yard, the southerly side yard, and along the frontages on Rivoli and Flanders Road, thereby enhancing the site. And we submit that the potential impact from the project and the variances will be mitigated through the much needed landscaping and green spaces that will be added to the property. Next, the parking relief will be discussed thoroughly by Mr. Andrew Valari. As Ms. Garvin went through, upon discussion with the town building department, the variance was modified to be a total of 36 parking stalls, where we're providing 30. So it's a variance relief of 6 stalls. And for that, I would look to the precedent and point the board out to the case of the Bridgehampton Service Station LLC, decision number D-012059, dated February 4th of 2007, located at the northwest corner, number 2148 Montauk Highway and Snake Hollow Road in Bridgehampton, New York, where the board granted a variance relief of 10 stalls. 14 stalls were granted where 24 stalls were required. And finally, with the signage relief, the project will be added a new monument identification sign as well as signs on the canopy. The monument sign will be internally lit and include LED pricing where Town Code Section 330-207A requires signs with only opaque background, translucent letters and symbols, and white light sources. We note that the LED price sign will not cause a distraction to motorists on the road, as it will not flash, blink, or have intermittent flashing light. Rather, the LED price sign will remain static and merely display the price of gasoline being offered. In addition, based on the aerial photographs, the Shell station at 9 Lake Avenue appears to have a digitally internally lit identification sign. As such, granting this relief will not change the character of the area. In addition, based on the town's decision in the matter of Sun Oil Company, number D-014147, dated December 4th of 2014, this board granted similar variance relief when it permitted a fully illuminated, internally lit sign, as well as the formerly aforementioned Bridgehampton Service Station LLC application. This applicant also requests a relief pursuant to Town Code Section 330-206B to permit the monument sign to be 48 square feet where a maximum of 32 square feet is permitted. As will be explained by Mr. Tartaglia in a moment, the sign area of the 7-Eleven panel and Price ID panel comply with the town code, and relief is needed as a decorative 16 square foot brick base results in the sign being 48 square feet. Now, I'd like to conclude by saying that I understand that there's been several letters that have been submitted to the board with respect to the application. And there was one letter in support that was submitted as well, that was received by the board on January 18th of this year by Ms. Sarah Flogue, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, but it's spelled F-L-O-E-G-E. And finally, I know that Mr. Caldone has been very outspoken about this application. And I just would like to just point out, I read that there was an article in the Riverhead News where he is quoted as being in opposition to the article, to the project, excuse me. And I just want to read a quote from a case that is contained in a treatise done by Dean Salkin of Touro Law School. And it's under the section 27-09 entitled Purposes of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And in that, she cites to the case of Inri Cobb, which is a 1926 Supreme Court decision. And the citation is 217 New York Sup 593. And the quote states that, as described in Inri Cobb, the variance provisions of the zoning ordinance act as a quote safety valve, unquote, for the zoning system, which enables the board to do substantial justice between the owner who wishes to improve his property and the owners of nearby property that will be affected by the building to be erected, end quote. And I would just like to point out for the members of the board who are no doubt familiar with this location, that this project represents one of the last properties on Riverway and the roundabout that will undergo a complete rehabilitation. Many of the properties, including the coffee shop, the police barracks, the gynecological office across the street, have recently been redeveloped, and that this is the last site that remains to be redeveloped in this area. And I would also like to point out, as I did during the planning board hearings that we had, was that we understand that the town had plans to bring sewers down Flanders Road and to allow for a different type of use on this property. And in fact, was looking to do a different type of use, i.e. multifamily. But my clients have waited for 10 years for that to happen. And there's no hope in the future of that ever happening. So it becomes really a question of how long does my client wait to redevelop the property and continue with the vacant, dilapidated use of it. This application represents a real opportunity for this town to complete the renovation of this section of Southampton and Riverside, New York. So I appreciate the opportunity. I thank you for your patience, but there was a lot of things I had to get on the record. So I appreciate your indulgence. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Murphy, our project planning consultant. Thank you.
I have a quick question before Jeff goes.
Certainly.
Have you submitted any EAF documents or anything so that we can coordinate SECRA?
Yes, they have been submitted in connection with the site plan application. And it's our understanding the planning board was taking lead agency on it.
Okay, but are you before the planning board right now, or you just had a pre-submission conference with the planning board, right?
Correct.
Okay, I mean, I'm sure Anthony or Jeff can speak to this better, but I'm under the impression that we need to coordinate because you haven't made a full application to the planning board. So maybe Jeff can just address SECRA, just so I know what our role is on this.
Absolutely. I'll let Jeff tackle that.
Good evening, everybody.
Hold on. Before Jeff does that, can I just answer something real quick that Katie mentioned? We did, in fact, the planning board did during the pre-submission conference indicate that this would be unlisted and that we would recommend coordination. But that was at the pre-submission conference. We don't actually have a formal pending site plan application. So the first formal application was submitted, unless they went to the health department, but it's really this board. So, I'm going to recommend that you do a coordination with the other involved agencies, and that the planning board already said preliminary during the pre-submission that they would want to be lead agency.
Right. And for all those folks who are following all of this, it's really what we're talking about SECRA coordination and compliance with SECRA. And it is very important, no matter what happens moving forward, that we fully comply with all SECRA requirements, because otherwise we're not following the law. Absolutely. Anyway, Jeff, you want to comment?
All right, but yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Katie, you going to say something?
Well, yeah. So then I want to reiterate, unless you've given the planning board, 15, 16 copies of EAFs and full applications, this board needs it. It needs it for each one of its members. It needs it to coordinate. It needs it to send to all of the involved agencies.
Okay, Jeff?
All right. Good evening, everybody. Jeff Murphy for the record. A belated happy New Year to everybody. I hope everybody's well. Before I begin my formal presentation on the use issue, my professional opinion on this regarding SECRA, as it has been on all the other prior applications for the exact same question in terms of interpretation, and that it's a type 2 action. And if you take a look at the type 2 list under SECRA, area relief is a type 2 action also under SECRA. So to be consistent with all the other applications that were submitted for the exact same reason why we're here this evening, for consistency's sake, I would, and looking at the SECRA list, it's a type 2 action under SECRA.
You think that's true even as it relates to parking, requests for parking?
It's a dimension, it's an area relief. It's a dimensional relief.
Okay, I mean, I agree with the interpretation. I'd have to look at the other applications for parking, and for, some of the, I'm not sure that that's true. While you guys were
I
speaking,
agree
I'm gonna
with
look.
you, Katie. We got to look at it because the one that you're doing in East Quogue, as you know, we've been putting off 535 after meeting because the planning board's working on SECRA for the very same type of thing.
And we do not want to get SECRA wrong. Jeff, I appreciate your comment that it's type 2. I want to make sure planning staff goes in the direction that we should.
Understood. I just want to be consistent with all the other decisions and processes that were underwent for the other applications.
I understand. It would just really be a shame if we get that wrong and everything that we do moving forward is a nullity.
Yep.
I'm pulling one up right now. It's unlisted. PMGLI is unlisted.
Katie, I think you'd agree that any dimensional relief
Anyway,
is definitely a type 2 action under SECRA, as is the interpretation, which both are listed as type 2 actions under the SECRA regulations. And the question is the number
No
reduction
question.
of number of
Interpretation is type 2. Yeah. I'm sorry. You can go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you very much. As Keith mentioned, I prepared a pretty extensive analysis dated November 15th, 2021. Keith went over quite a bit and summarized quite a bit of the contents of my report. So in an effort to move this meeting along, I'm going to skip over some of my findings in my initial findings in the report in terms of like neighborhood analysis, that sort of thing, and only fill in the blanks that Keith omitted. Then I'm going to dive into the details as to how this application for the interpretation that the convenience retail store is customary accessory to the principal gasoline service station. So first of all, the use is not a 7-Eleven. I've heard some people say that this is an application for a 7-Eleven. This is a use for a gasoline service station. And while we hear that 7-Elevens are often associated with a convenience store, that is not the use that we're seeking. We are seeking a principal gasoline service station, and we're seeking the interpretation that our convenience store is customary accessory to a principal gasoline station use. So just want to make sure that is clear for the record. And that's important because as a principal standalone use, convenience stores are not permitted in the highway business zoning district. With a gross floor area of a little more than 3,024 square feet, it is a customary accessory use, as I believe it is, and I recommend the board consider. In terms of the neighborhood analysis, I want to add one thing in terms of what Keith said about the surrounding uses, because I know this has been a question on prior similar applications. The closest residential property from the subject property is approximately 325 feet to the south along Flanders Road. So it is quite a distance away from the subject property. As Keith mentioned, the ZBA has consistently determined that a convenience retail store is a customary use to a gasoline service station. And In addition to that review, in terms of the table of use in the town code, the ZBA has looked and reviewed national data to determine that convenience stores are considered to be a customary principal use as set forth in the Exxon case. And that is Exxon versus Board of Standards and Appeals. There are actually two decisions on that. They're first department decisions, the first one in 1987 and the second one in 1989. Both those decisions were referenced in prior ZBA decisions that found that convenience stores throughout the nation are customary accessory uses to a principal gasoline service station. And we've entered that into the record as well. What I did in my report, I did a review of 7 existing gasoline service stations in the town of Southampton that have an accessory convenience store. If you take a look on table 1, I list each one of those gas stations. And this review included the following gas stations: the 76 gas station in Riverside, the Shell Food Mart in Riverside, the Gas Hampton in Tuckahoe, which was known as the F&E Realty Zoning Board decision. There is the Amaretta Hess, which is now known as Speedway in Tuckahoe. There is the Sunoco gas station in Tuckahoe, the Shell gas station in Watermill, and that was known as the Strong Supply and Equipment Incorporated in Hawk Enterprises LLC application, and then the Gulf gas station in Bridgehampton. My review of these existing gasoline stations compared the following features: the property size, the canopy size, the convenience store size, the distance of the pumps to the street line, the distance of the pumps to adjacent buildings, and the number of pumps and fueling positions. Based upon these comparisons, the following observations can be made. With respect to the property size of other gasoline stations, they range in size from 15,700 square feet up to 51,000 square feet. And the average property size is 27,575 square feet. The subject property is 39,567 square feet in size, so it's bigger than on average than the other properties, but is well below the range of one that was approved by the zoning board. With respect to the existing canopy size, they range in size from 1,600 square feet up to 3,600 square feet in size. The proposed canopy in this application is 3,096 square feet. With respect to the existing accessory convenience store size, they range anywhere from 812 square feet gross floor area up to 2,670 square feet. And we're proposing a 3,024 square foot accessory convenience retail store. With respect to the distance of the pumps to the distance between the pumps and the street line, they range from 22 feet up to 80 feet. And the average setback is 41, a little bit more than 41 feet from the street setback line. Our property has 2 street frontages, and they are 39.8 feet and 49.1 feet. Again, well within the range of other gas stations that you have looked at. With respect to the distance of the pumps to adjacent buildings, they range anywhere from 70 feet up to 160 feet, and the average distance setback is 98.71 feet. And our proposed gasoline pumps are 93.6 feet from any adjacent building. With respect to the number of fueling positions per gasoline stations, they range from a low of 4 up to 12 per facility. And we're proposing a maximum of 12 fueling stations. With respect to the building size of the 7 existing convenience stores, and this is gross floor area, as a percentage of the property size, they range anywhere from 3.8 feet up to 10.9% of the entire site property. And the proposed application is 7.6%. So again, it's well within the range of the other gasoline stations that you've reviewed. In addition to the review and comparison of the dimensional features I just mentioned of the other type of gas stations with accessory convenience stores, 5 gas stations that were also interpreted as being customary and accessory. Each of these interpretations included the following: F&E Realty, that's the Gas Hampton; the Strong Oil Company, that's the Shell; Amaretta Hess Speedway; Bridgehampton Service Station, which is Gulf; and Sun Oil Company. And as Keith mentioned, each of these have been entered into the record. Again, all of that can be found on my table 1. F&E Realty Gas, that's the Gas Hampton gas stations. They actually broke down in detail the size of the convenience store and the contents of the different type of uses within the convenience store. That's in the ZBA decision. And it broke it down by the storage area, the refrigerator, the display areas, the cash register area, and the total of that was 638 square feet. And the sales area of that was 138 square feet. And all the other uses within the square footage of that building were excluded from the determination from the zoning board. Another very similar application was the Strong Oil Company. That's the Shell gas station, the David Hawk application developments in Watermill. And as Keith referenced, that was ZBA decision D011244. And the question was whether or not the retail operation of the convenience store is a customary accessory use to a gasoline filling station. And the gasoline, the net area of the convenience store was 1,060 square feet. And it said that the zoning board made this decision, finds that the 1,060 square feet devoted exclusively to the retail space for this application. This retail space does not include calculations for walk-in cooler or freezer if the coolers or freezers are for the exclusive use of the employees, is a customary use to a gasoline filling station.
Yeah, I just want to jump in, Jeff, when you're talking about the analysis about the accessory use versus the primary use. Yes. And our prior decisions. I'm fairly familiar with all of these decisions. Yep. And what I will tell you is that well, we might look at square footage, we might look at other aspects of it, but the main thing we look at is gross receipts. Predicted gross receipts showing that the primary use being the gasoline use, station use, is larger in terms of the in this case estimated receipts than what the convenience store would be.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%, Adam. And I was going to get to that later in my testimony.
Okay, just wanted to,
absolutely. Yep, absolutely. So I'm going to get through some more of the dimensional consistency, and then I'm going to definitely we're going to definitely tie in and talk about that point.
Okay, thank you.
Talking more about the size. I'm going to start kind of summarizing because all this is entered in the record as part of my written analysis. The Amaretta Hess, which is now the Speedway, the retail floor area of the building represents 47% of the gross floor area of the building. In the Bridgehampton gas station, as you touched on, Adam, is that the 30% of the sales in that application were devoted from the convenience store. So that's an important number, 30%. In the Sun Oil Company, this is the one in Tuckahoe at the corner of McGee Street. Other factors include the size of the convenience store relative to the primary use, the percentage of the income generated by the convenience store relative to the gasoline station, and its size relative to the size of a parcel have also been taken into consideration. So I apologize if I'm giving you more information about dimensional and area numbers, but that is a consideration that was used in the past. So I just want to make sure we get ours into the record as well. In terms of the proposed 7-Eleven, and this is where we get into the consistency of what we're proposing versus the other applications. The proposed convenience store building has a gross floor area of 3,024 square feet. And if you take a look in my report, this is on page 8, the net merchandise retail area is 1,587 square feet. With respect to the floor area of the other gas station that I referenced, the net retail space compared to the gross floor area range anywhere from 17% up to 85%. Ours is 52%. So we're well within the range of other gasoline stations and convenience stores. With respect to the size of the net retail floor space compared with the property size, they range from 1% to 3.3%. Ours is marginally higher at 4%, so we're looking for, it'd be a little less than 1% more than the other convenience stores. The last criteria, as you mentioned quite correctly, Adam, is the comparison of the gasoline fuel versus the convenience store merchandise sales. Whether or not it's accessory has been determined by other ZBAs, but the projected sales revenue is also a very important consideration. And if you take a look on page 10 of my analysis, the ZBA did examine the projected sales price of the convenience store retail as a percentage of the gasoline service primary use. And I took a look at those other ZBA decisions. Not all of them had that comparison in it, but the ones that did, they range from anywhere from 17% up to 30% of the gasoline sales. So the range is 17 to 30%. Under the projected sales revenue of the fuel sales versus the merchandise sales, we're looking at a first year projection of 27% and in the second year of 29%. So again, we're less than the maximum of other convenience stores that were approved by the ZBA. So I think, as evidenced by my report and my summary of my analysis this evening, the proposed convenience store is clearly a customary accessory use to the principal gasoline station. This is based upon the merchandise floor area being consistent with the size of other ZBA approvals for the same use. The net floor area of the merchandise floor space, when compared with the property size, is consistent with the size of other accessory uses that were approved by the ZBA. The proposed size of the merchandise floor area represents only a small percentage of the total property size. And the projected sales and gasoline fuel sales show the convenience store is clearly accessory to the principal gasoline service station. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Chairman, would you like us to go through the rest of our presentation before we open it up?
That's fine, but I just want to mention to you, Keith, I'm going to ask at some point that we have with the application, the adopted pre-submission report dated March 25th, 2021 from the planning board. And so, at some point, I think it would be very helpful for that to be addressed because that document raises significant concerns in connection with the application from a planning perspective.
Okay.
And maybe the application has changed somewhat from the time that report was prepared, but in any case, it needs to be addressed.
So next we have Mr. Chris Tartagler, our project engineer. Chris?
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, there's a fire truck going by. That should be brief. I'm going to just briefly go through the bulk requirements. I know the hour is late, so I will be brief. Just a few key points that I want to share. I'm going to share my screen, if I may. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, so this is just an exhibit that we prepared to show the constraints on the property. Mr. Brown mentioned earlier that with all of the yard setbacks that we're faced with on this rather large property, the property is almost 40,000 square feet, just shy. The actual building envelope for the primary use is limited to only about 9,000 square feet. That's this odd shape, shaded shape here in the middle of the property. That takes into account the 50-foot front yard and rear yard and side yard requirements, resulting in only 9,000 square feet of actual buildable envelope area. And you can see how that overlays onto the proposed development. Further constraint on the accessory availability, the accessory structure is limited to this smaller triangle, which is only about 1,700 to 1,800 square feet. So again, you can see that although it's a relatively good-sized property, it's significantly constrained by these healthy setbacks that are required by the code. The next thing I just want to point to briefly, and I showed it earlier, is just the aerial photograph of the property, because I think one of my duties tonight is to show not only the proposed development, but how that fits into the community and the area at large. I would point to, first and foremost, the existing structure, which is a building with 2 winged canopies. And you'll note that those canopies are very close to the property line. And I'll go through in my setback analysis how those existing canopies are far closer to the existing lot lines and roadways than we propose. Albeit we are looking for variance relief, we are certainly reducing that relief with regard to the existing property. So with that, one of the key, really the key elements that I'll use here, or the key exhibits, is the site plan itself. And I'm just going to walk through very quickly using the denial order, not dwelling on it because, again, we've discussed a lot about what bulk requirements are, but I want to point out on the plan what specifically the yards and the other bulk requirement relief is. So the first item is for the proposed canopy. The setbacks are noted as 30.6 feet to the canopy from Flanders and 39.9 feet from Riverly Avenue. Notably, those are where a 50-foot setback is required. So we are less than the requirement, but certainly not substantial relief as it relates to that. Very simple analysis is the lot area, 40,000 is required. This is an existing condition at 39,567. So we are missing that by a few hundred square feet, but it's an existing condition that we cannot change. The next one, I'll go back to the aerial on, which is just the location of the property from the river. And just zooming out a little bit here, we can see this is the river to the north. We're located about 320 feet. And I did want to note there's an additional item that was not called out in the relief, but I think it's something that bears mentioning. Within that same code section, 330-132B for filling station setbacks to various other uses. Over here, located approximately 360 feet to the east along Flanders Road, there is a church. Like the river setback, there is also a 500-foot setback required to a church as well as to the river. Again, this being a former service station use, I put this in the same relief capacity as an existing non-conforming use, but nonetheless one that we believe should be mentioned. Following along, just using the denial letter, location of the pumps. I'll zoom in a little bit here. So the pump islands to Flanders, 39.8 feet. And then from Riverly, 41.4. And again, that's against a 50-foot setback requirement. Next item is parking setbacks in the front yard, section 330-83H. That section sort of generally excludes off-street parking located within the required front yard, as I indicated previously, with the 50-foot front yard setbacks, virtually impossible to create a fully conforming location with setbacks meeting that 50 feet requirement. But as has been noted by prior speakers, we're buffering that parking significantly from the roadways with dense landscaping and green space. Again, notably, looking at the aerial photo, the facility, albeit closed, it really never had any substantive or any landscaping whatsoever on it. It is essentially 100% paved. Okay, talking about setbacks for the proposed convenience store treated as an accessory structure. So just going by the numbers here, we've got a rear yard, which is deemed to be by code the easterly lot line of 39.1 feet, where again 50 feet is required. And then the side yard, which would be the southerly line, 10 feet, where 50 feet is required. Notably, I'm going to pull up an exhibit that we prepared for the town and for the application, talking to the pyramid law and the pyramid encroachment. I did notice on the prior application that was a discussion, a topic of significant discussion. So I want to describe and show pictorially specifically how that is calculated. So
is it 2 stories? Is the convenience store 2 stories?
It's a single story.
Okay.
Thank you. So here's the site plan, and as the board is aware, we create the pyramid law is governed on a 45-degree angle taken from the intersection of the property line with the line of natural grade. So I think the most telling exhibit here, or the most telling pictorial here, is not just really the site plan here, but this section BB, which goes right through our building. You can see that where that section is taken, this shaded area here is the encroachment within that sky plane or that 45-degree angle. While we understand that we heard the number 2,500 square feet, I think earlier talked about in terms of being under that number, more acceptable than being over that number. So our encroachment is actually over that. We're at 3,100 square feet. However, what I think is important, as I mentioned earlier, is getting a feel for what exactly the neighborhood consists of. So this is a Google Street View. Notably, the building immediately to our south, the coffee bar, is located essentially on the 0 lot line. So the 45-degree angle taken in their sky plane would be a significant encroachment. Probably more than half of that building would be part of that encroachment. Our building will be 10 feet away from that lot line. So our sky plane is significantly less of an encroachment. But I think most notably would be directly across the street. The office building right across the street from us, establishing character of the area, 3-story building. I believe that building set back maybe 2 feet at its closest point, maybe 5 feet here. I'm going to presume that relief was granted from the sky exposure plane from this board as well for that building, and that's obviously new construction, so I presume that to be a recent application. So with regard, just back to that diagram showing the encroachment. So again, we have in plan view the adjoining coffee shop right adjacent to us. We are not encroaching certainly on any residential properties. Jeff indicated previously that there are no residential properties anywhere nearby. And I believe that our only area of the plane encroachment adjoins a building which already has a significantly higher percentage of encroachment. So in my opinion, I don't believe that this is creating a significant request for variance, nor do I believe it to be out of character at all with the area. And just as a final note on this particular topic, looking again at the aerial photo, if one were to look east down Flanders Road, most of the buildings, at least the one immediately adjacent to us, and then the next 3 are not set back significantly. In fact, there's 2 zero setback line buildings immediately to the east, notably across the street, same issue, 0 setback. So if 45-degree sky exposure planes or pyramid law planes were established there, clearly there would be significant violations noted. Again, I just make this comparison because when considering variances, we understand that the board always needs to take into account the character of the area and whether or not the proposed development will have a significant effect on them. And again, in my opinion, based on what I testified to, I don't believe that pyramid law variance is significant. Moving on, under the, again, using the denial letter as my guide, one of the issues that was discussed earlier, and there's a new notation from the building inspector, is that there is a parking variance sought for total number of stalls, and there was a modification to that. Just to be clear on how that is calculated by the town, we were able to get clarity on that from the building inspector. So what we have is 1 per 100 square foot required for the convenience store. So the 3,024 square foot building, you always round up, that would be 31 stalls required for that use. And then the code has a somewhat generic and general guideline that 5 minimum parking stalls are required for the filling station use. So we add 31 and 5, and that's where the 36 required comes up. We are providing, as indicated, 30 total stalls. So there is a somewhat modest variance requested. And in terms of discussion about the adequacy of parking, I'm going to leave that to Andrew Valari from Stonefield to talk about studies that he's done relative to parking utilization at uses such as these. Just continuing further, there's also just some language about the number of parking spaces, handicap parking spaces that are required. We do not need that relief any longer, specifically because in the prior iteration of the denial where 55 parking stalls were deemed required, the way the ADA code works is for parking, utilized parking of 50 to 75, there are 3 parking stalls required. However, now that we have the required parking down to 36, which is under 50, we only need 2 ADA parking stalls, and those stalls are located here as per ADA requirements right near the front door of the building. So that relief is no longer needed. That's from section 330.99G, design requirements. Next item is section 330.103, corner clearance for proposed parking. Again, somewhat redundant and repetitive, but the code does not allow parking within 50 feet of the intersection of 2 roadways. As indicated previously, if we were to eliminate these parking stalls out front, the need for the parking variance would be significantly greater. And we believe that those stalls are well buffered and not a negative effect on the community. Almost done, sorry. Next item is actually similar. It talks about allowing off-street parking in a required front yard, very similar to the one that I just mentioned. Again, we have parking stalls up at the corner. It's considered front yard parking, so somewhat redundant relief, but under a different code section. The last item, item number 5 in the denial, relates to signage. So with that, I'm just going to pull up the signage plans just so I can give a bit more of a graphic display of the relief that's requested. Mr. Brown mentioned previously that we believed we were initially, when we submitted the application, that our proposed freestanding sign, which is located at the corner, freestanding ID price sign, was in compliance. The actual sign area itself is 8 feet wide by 4 feet tall. That would be 32 square feet. However, we learned in subsequent discussions with the building department that the base of that sign, which we are providing just as a decorative measure, actually adds another 8 by 2, 16 square feet to the relief required. So in the building department's view, that's a 48 square foot sign. As Mr. Brown mentioned, certainly to relieve ourselves from this variance, we can remove that stone base and just put posts in. We thought that this would be a more decorative option for the sign, but certainly if the board is looking to see us reduce relief, we can certainly add just 2 support posts on either side so that it's completely see-through, and that area would then no longer be required, nor would the variance be required any longer, would be at 32 square feet. Second relief item on the freestanding sign is that the code does not allow a freestanding sign where a building is set back less than 40 feet. So going back to the site plan, the canopy is set back at its shortest point at 30.6 feet. So again, in the building department's determination, this is a building, quote unquote, the canopy. And with that, that would obviate the need for variance relief for this sign. In terms of just the discussion on that, generally speaking, I'm sure the board is aware, and certainly as is the case at the other 2 gas stations located here at the Circle, gas stations require a sign located out at the point where it can be viewed by the traffic and passersby, so they can determine if they are going to go into that facility and make a purchase, if the price is what they're looking to pay, et cetera. So we believe that's a necessary element of any gas station located here in the town and anywhere else. The another relief that we're looking at is internal illumination is not permitted. The signs are supposed to be opaque, and any illumination provided as an external. So this sign somewhat complies in that the 7-Eleven portion of this sign is opaque. It is a wood carved type sign. The strip that we see here above that sign is a downlight that will light up that sign from an external perspective. So this part of the sign is compliant with the code. However, the price sign is LED, and I think most of the board would agree that it's difficult nowadays to find a gas station that does not have this type of sign. It is one that is internally illuminated. The LED lights are internally illuminated. However, as Mr. Brown indicated previously, these are not only commonplace at all gas stations, but the LED lights themselves are not a fully illuminated sign. Only the numerals themselves that are shown here will illuminate. The background will not be illuminated. The background is black background is completely black and opaque. Furthermore, in nighttime hours, the signs have an auto dimming function, the LEDs, where they will dim to 30% of the brightness that they are during the day. Obviously, during the day, that sign needs to be brighter to see the pricing, but at night there's less ambient light, so those signs will be, much dimmer in the evening hours after dark.
I'm going to be interested in hearing what the planning board has to say about the illuminated signs on the pricing. As to the other gas stations in the area, I don't know that any of their signs comply. They may be pre-existing non-conforming, and the sign ordinance in our town is being amortized. So we have a lot of people who represent entities like 7-Eleven and gas stations that are national that have certain looks that they want to have, but we don't necessarily. We want applicants to do their best to comply with our code. So anyway, we'll see what the planning board has to say about that.
Right.
But I would say, at least for me, speaking for myself, I'm quite concerned about having an illuminated sign there.
And we can provide ample evidence of where town of Southampton has approved signs of this nature.
Probably 10 or 15 years ago, sir. Before there was a sign ordinance and before we started advertising.
Yeah, no, some of the applications mentioned previously were approved within the last 2 to 3 years. So again, we can provide that evidence.
Okay, provide that information. Feel free.
Will do. And just finishing up the last 2 items on the sign relief that's needed. The ordinance also says there cannot be more than 3 colors on a sign. These are 7-Eleven's logo has 3 colors, green, orange, and red in its logo. And of course, there's a white background. And then the price sign itself has additional colors. So the answer on this one is just these are corporate logo colors that we really don't have a lot of variability to waive. And then the last item is the number of wall signs. So just looking here at the diagram, the code limits 1 wall sign per street. So as we interpret, or as the building department interpreted the code, that there's essentially 2 wall signs permitted in total for the property because there are 2 streets. And the building inspector made specific reference that there are 3 total 7-Eleven canopy signs proposed. I'll just do a quick view of what those look like. Yeah, so those are here. They're relatively small, 3 foot by 3 foot signs, again, externally illuminated wood carved. And there are 3 of them, one facing west, one facing north, and one facing the east. Again, tried to be brief. That runs through really all of the bulk requirements. I'm gonna stop sharing the screen now, and again, just offer myself available for any questions that anybody has.
Thank you.
Well, I'm hoping we're going to get to other speakers. So I appreciate your comments, but we want to move things along. I believe we've been at this for about an hour and a half so far.
Okay. In an effort to move it along, Mr. Chairman, I just want to also point out that the building department actually in their denial indicated that under the bottom section of principal building, when you look at what they've indicated is the variance relief actually identifies the canopy as the principal building, and then under accessory building and structure identifies those dimensional criteria, that of which is for the C-store. So I just want to point that out. And then finally, as far as the canopy signs are concerned, I do have a case, the Northville gasoline case, decision number 7174 of October 19th, 1984, which granted logo replacement signs and company logos on each of the four corners of the canopy. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Valari, who's our traffic expert.
Good evening. My office prepared a traffic impact study that is originally dated March 10th, 2021, and was recently revised on January 13th of 2022. Both of these reports, or sorry, this report has been submitted to both the planning board and the zoning board. Since we're at the zoning board this evening, what I'd like to first start with is strictly a justification of the parking variance. And then towards the end of the presentation, I know it's a late hour, I'd like to touch on the traffic study that was submitted. You know, in front of the zoning board, we're really here to seek relief from the parking variance, but just for an informational perspective, I'd like to provide the board some data regarding the traffic study that was submitted. Mr. Tartagler, Mr. Brown, Mr. Murphy, they've summarized the parking and all other relief sought very, very well. Just to recap, for the principal use, the gas station, the town code states that we need 5 parking stalls. It is a rather unique requirement, but I'll come back to that in just one moment. The parking requirement for the convenience store building is 1 parking stall per 100 square feet. We have about a 3,100 square foot building. We need 31 parking stalls for the convenience store. Added together, we need a total of 36 parking stalls, where we are proposing a total of 30. So we need a variance to justify the shortfall of 6 parking spaces. My office has conducted numerous studies of similar types of uses across Long Island. And the important thing to keep in mind with this type of application is the synergy between the gasoline station and the ancillary convenience store building. When you have people fueling at the gas station, they may go into the convenience store to buy a cup of coffee or buy a newspaper. What often happens is that they leave their vehicle temporarily in front of the vehicle fueling position. They don't seek an extra parking space, and they just run in and out of the store rather quickly. So in essence, the site plan does propose 6 total vehicle fueling, 6 total pump position on each side. So we have 12 vehicle fueling positions. We have 30 parking spaces, 12 additional spaces at the pumps, for a total of 42 parking positions on the site. And the town's requirement is 36. So arguably, when you have this synergistic combination of uses, there may not be a need for a variance, but we are here in front of the board explaining why we think that it's valid. Now, coming back to the town's requirement, first part of the equation is 5 stalls for a fueling center. It's kind of interesting when you go to a gas station. If it was a standalone gas station, no other building, there's not really a need for parking stalls. You just fuel up at the pump and you keep going. You don't really need a parking space. Questionably for employees, yes, that's why you need a parking space or 2, but 5 is a little bit excessive potentially. So if you dissect the application, you look just at the convenience store, because that's where people are going to be needing a parking space for. We've done studies at convenience stores across the island. We've done them Nassau, Suffolk, Queens, Brooklyn, wherever. This geography is very far east, as everyone knows, and the most applicable study geographic-wise is a 7-Eleven that operates as a standalone store in Southold on Main Street. We went and looked at how much parking does that building need, very similar in size to the ancillary building proposed here, and we found that 30 parking stalls is going to be plenty. 30 parking stalls is plenty for this site in Southampton, 7-Elevens in Southold, 7-Elevens, gas stations across Long Island. 30 parking stalls is plenty. So I just want to conclude that based on the nature of the use, it's a high turnover use. People aren't parked for 30, 40 minutes shopping. They're in and out in 2 minutes, as brief as a time as possible to get in and get out and keep going on the way to work. That's why the parking works here. So in my review of the parking variance application, I think there's plenty of parking proposed, albeit we are requesting a variance. I think it's arguable that with the positions at the pump, we wouldn't need to be here in front of the board, but we are treating this as a variance and talking about it this evening. I want to change gears a little bit and talk about the traffic study. I'm happy to answer any questions on parking if the board has any at this time. So transitioning to traffic, the site is obviously located at this point in the presentation at the southeast corner of the recently reconstructed roundabout. This was reconstructed circa 2019 by Suffolk County, major capital improvement, and the number one reason for this improvement was to improve pedestrian safety. Now, the county, at no expense, really went over the top with how safe to make this intersection from a pedestrian standpoint, and I think that that's a beautiful thing for this area. I want to pause here just to talk about jurisdictions involved. Flanders Road is obviously our northern site frontage. That is a New York State DOT roadway. Riverly, frontage on the opposite side of the street, is a Suffolk County Department of Public Works jurisdiction roadway. We have consulted with both of these agencies at a very early perspective, sent them the site plan to get their thoughts on access. And what I can say confidently at this point is that both of those agencies are well aware of the project and are on board with the access plan that we are proposing. Mr. Brown mentioned the history of this site. It was a gas station almost maybe as recent as 15 years ago, was a gas station on this site. So it's interesting that now here we are so many years later trying to restore what was once there. The zoning of the property is the highway business zone. And as the zoning board is well aware, that is the commercial district in the town. You could build, as of right, many uses such as an office, a bank, or restaurants. I'll come back to that in just one moment. Now, we did a entirely comprehensive and thorough traffic study that's been submitted to the town. In light of the hour, I will do my best to distill the pertinent information.
I appreciate that. We're now approaching 2 hours, and I've had just about enough. Speaking for myself, I've had just about enough. I want to hear from the neighbors.
You need to wrap it up. You have failed in being
Wrap it
brief.
up, please.
Be brief. You need to wrap it up.
We've been really patient and really tolerant.
The type of use that is proposed, gas station, convenience store, these are what are known as pass-by intensive uses, meaning that people aren't really going out of their way to get gas. People aren't really going out of their way to stop by the convenience store or use both. They're doing so on their way to work, right? So there are 40,000 vehicles around there that currently go through the roundabout in a day. So it's a high volume of traffic. The intended customer for the proposed use are those vehicles that are already going through the intersection. We're not inviting new traffic here. Industry studies indicate that almost 90% of traffic that goes to uses like these are comprised of vehicles that are already on the roadway. So there's not a net increase in traffic that you'd see. Compare that to other uses that are permitted in the highway business district, office, restaurant, bank. Those are enticing new vehicles, extra vehicles to come to this location, where the proposed really just draws from the roadway volume that we see. We've done a level of service analysis, and the board's very well familiar with that. We've studied based on the volume of traffic on Flanders and Riverly. The proposed driveways would operate at an acceptable level of service. And why that is because the proposed project represents a less than 1% increase over roadway volumes that are presently on both of those roadways. Love to conclude. This is a great opportunity for the town to see this last corner redeveloped with a site that does not increase traffic volumes. It draws off pass-by traffic. And I think that it's fair to say that the site is very well designed, albeit there are some dimensional variances that we are seeking. Mr. Tartagler very thoroughly went through the site design, and everything is up to industry standards. So we hope that the board is excited about this project as we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our presentation. So we're here to answer any questions from the residents or the board members.
Yep, I think I would like to hear from some of the neighbors and people in the community. So who would like to go first?
Do that. Do you, Adam, do you want me to keep the timer, the 3-minute timer?
We'll keep the 3-minute timer. But we gave the applicant almost 2 hours, so I'm not sure how we're going to handle that. I mean, we'll leave it up to the majority of the board as to whether we're going to give applicants additional time if 3 minutes isn't enough for that.
Well, I think we should start and see if it's repetitive, then we can limit it. If it's something new, then it's beneficial to the application.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Who would like to go first? Vince and Bob, you both have your hands up.
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, Vince. I just have to swear you in. So if you can state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Vince Aldone. I live at 219 Flanders Boulevard. I'm an executive board member of the Flanders, Riverside, and Northampton Community Association, as well as a former president of that group and worked for 10 years.
And Vince, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I absolutely do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I know I have a lot of members who I may have lost at this point after 3 hours of waiting to speak, but I will try to speak as quickly as I can on this issue. Mr. Brown actually referred to, and I believe someone else mentioned, the last piece of the revitalization being this gas station and 7-Eleven. And I don't know if they've been there to Riverside or if they've read any of the materials produced by the town's planning department, laws passed by the town. We've only had one building constructed in the revitalization plan. There is a huge Riverside revitalization plan known as the Riverside Revitalization Action Plan. It was adopted into law along with the overlay district. We have spent, and I say we as in state, federal, and town money, millions upon millions of dollars to prepare for what is to be a new hamlet center for Riverside. We have a new traffic circle. We've acquired 14 acres of land for a park across the street from where this site is. We've now acquired, or in the process of acquiring, another 46 acres along the waterfront, in part for parkland and in part for the sewage treatment outflow system. There are easements in place for a sewer. The town has been moving with the county and the state. There is state bonding money available to build this. So I just wanted to quickly dispose of this claim that there's no sewer happening. We've dealt with the blighted Getty Station for decades, and we are now approaching the time when that sewer can be built. There will be buildings surrounding this site that are mixed use. They're designed for pedestrian access. They're designed for a natural, friendly flow between downtown Riverhead and Riverside. We will have parks, restaurants, affordable housing, market rate condos. This is all in the overlay district plan. So without spending too much time, because I know you have lots of people waiting, that whole plan, 10 years of work, community sourced. I can't even count the number of times I've gone to meetings. We knocked on doors because we had to reach people who didn't go to community meetings to find out what they wanted in their hamlet center. And believe me, it was not a mega gas station and another 7-Eleven. The idea that a 7-Eleven is an accessory use, such as a little mini mart at the neighboring gas stations, is a farce. We all know what a 7-Eleven is. It's a high frequency automotive use. People pour in there, they buy their Cheetos, they go get some gas in this case, and they move on. Exactly the opposite of what the town's planning staff and the community want for this location. We want uses where people stay. They go to the restaurants, they go to the shops. They're happy to walk by a facility. No one with a child wants to walk by a 12-pump gas station where everyone's just rushing in, running into the 7-Eleven to get their stuff, run back to the car, rush out to the street. It's the exact opposite of good planning. I understand that Jeff Murphy is still involved with this. The Riverhead Town Planning Director sees it fit to promote this for our Main Street when it would never be permitted on Main Street in Riverhead. But money speaks louder than I do, I'm sure. So paid consultants lined up will tell you this is wonderful, and that because variances have been granted in other parts of the town in peculiar situations, whatever they were, that they should be granted here to create this in the middle of our walkable, pedestrian-focused redevelopment. It's nonsense. It should be turned down. This ZB, I mean, if this were okay everywhere, it would be in the zoning code. It's not. It requires multiple and massive variances to allow it to occur in a place where it shouldn't be. This zoning board of appeals, I know all of you will be looking at what is the impact on the community? What is the community that is there today and the one that will be coming as it redevelops? What are their needs? What are the characteristics? How will this impact it? It will devastate a decade of effort by a community association that is very active and multiple community associations. We have several. I know some folks, excuse me, are waiting to speak. We've all tolerated the intolerable, waiting for this redevelopment, fighting with the county, fighting with the state, fighting with everyone to get the money. Millions of dollars are pouring in. We now have the things we need to build that sewer, and we have landowners who are lining up to connect to that sewer district. We tolerated that blighted property for nearly 20 years. I think they can wait a year or so more to connect to a sewer. And I hope this zoning board, and I'm sure you will, look at how badly it totally devastates the plan that we've all worked so hard on for so many years. The planning department can do a presentation for you. I don't have time tonight on what is proposed for this location and the surrounding locations and how much effort and money has already gone into it. We need you to support that community, our community, and deny this application in its entirety. So again, I know there are others waiting and I don't want to get too emotional, but this has been my life for a lot of years and I will continue fighting with this community for as long as it takes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to remind everybody that we're here to find the facts. So Mr. Tellone and any future speaker, it's not about a person or an agent or anybody coming here or whose people's responsibility. We're here to hear the facts of this case. So please keep that in mind going forward.
Oh, I understand that, but I was named earlier. I didn't bring up anybody's name first. I believe the attorney for the applicant mentioned my name. I don't know why, but I'm here. I'm not leaving. If anyone thinks I'm moving, I'm not moving now, then I'm going to be here. So I really did not like the fact that I was mentioned, and I'm not happy with the Riverhead planning director talking about what should be done in my town.
Thank you.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't want that done in my town. Nobody does.
Okay, all right. Let me see. Bob, I think, Bob Johnson, I think you were the, you want to be next?
Sure.
Okay, so I just have to swear you in. You can state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Bob Johnson. I live in Flanders part-time, sometimes full-time, depending on the lockdown, 219 Flanders Boulevard.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can give us your comments.
There are just a couple, really. That's being proposed is being referred to as state of the art. And I've never, I think, are there going to be virtual reality Slurpee machines? What is going to make this state of the art convenience store attached to a supersized mega pump gas station, which is going, I don't know. I don't know how many of you on the board have actually been down to that blighted area and looked at the traffic. I mean,
I drive there every single day. Every day I drive by.
That's wonderful, because I drive there a lot too. And I have noticed lately, even though it's an off season, there's lots of backup in that traffic circle going right past that gas station up to River, so they can turn right or turn left. I mean, and these traffic studies that they mentioned were not done during peak time. It's kind of about as useful as doing an audience guest study of Splish Splash in January. I mean, you're not going to be able to get the impact of the increase in the traffic and to get a good idea of how that's going to happen with the 12 pump mega station. Just go over to the BJ's mega station in Riverhead, which is on 25 Old Country Road there. I think that has the same number of pumps, and you can see the cars lined up to get their gas backed up onto the street. So I can only imagine the nightmare this is going to create with cars lined up, because 7-Eleven is going to try to keep those prices lower than the competitors for sure. And watching those cars line up and go out and back up traffic more, I think it's a dangerous situation. I think is not something that is conducive to pedestrian traffic and to revitalizing downtown Riverhead. Riverside, we do not need another 7-Eleven. We do not need another mega pump gas station. And that's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Joanne?
Hi,
Hi, just want to swear you in. You can state your name and address for the record, please.
there we go.
Okay, you can state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm like, yeah, hi. My name is Joanne Long Merrill. My address is 42 Oaks Avenue in Flanders.
Okay, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Okay, you can tell us your comments.
Okay, I'm the president of the Bayview Pine Civic and Taxpayers Association. And speaking with Vince, I am supportive of everything he said. In addition, the community of Riverside, where the thinking of our revitalization, yes, it's a blighted area. We've been waiting more than 10 years for that to take shape, and it's starting to take shape. In the previous comments, you said there was a bridge to nowhere. Well, this is the bridge to somewhere. This is our bridge to somewhere, to the Hamptons, to the greater area of the East End. And this is not, this 7-Eleven, you can call it a convenience store, but it's a 7-Eleven, is not in compliance along with its super gas station into the vision that the Riverside Revitalization Project is seeing. The other gas stations mentioned in parts of the Southampton were not part of that Riverside's revitalization as well. We're talking about a specific area. So when the attorneys for this super gas stations talking about Tuckahoe, Bridgehampton, they're not in the revitalization of Riverside. That's what the zoning board needs to keep in mind. The attorney also quoted something about the zoning board giving some due process in 1984. That's 37 years ago. We have made a lot of progress in the town of Southampton since then. I've been here since 1959, and I've seen what has happened to downtown Riverhead and how it's coming back. And I'm going to be here, and so my children are going to be here as well. And I want to see it continue to stay in compliance to that future, bringing downtown back to the way, or even better than what we had when I was a kid. So I'm hoping we keep in the character according to what our neighborhood vision is, not to what the attorneys are saying. It's keeping in with the character of the neighborhood. Well, the neighborhood is still blighted. We're hoping that now that Steve Ballone is allocating money, the state is allocating money for us, finally, Flanders is coming into its own. Please be with us on this and stay with us on this. Please vote this down. Thank you. I think I have minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, who would like to speak next? Any other speakers? Just need to let us know. Lorraine?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Just have to swear you in. You can state your name and address for the
I
record.
swear. 23 Nash Avenue, Flanders.
And you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Swear. I swear.
Thank you.
Hola, estoy en el teléfono. Una llamada a mí.
Someone else, I think, needs to mute themselves.
Yeah, please mute.
Mr. Avila,
mute
you can
yourself
mute
if you're not
yourself,
speaking.
please.
Mr. Avila, yeah. Okay, I just want to say quickly, I also agree with Joanne. I work with her on a lot of matters. I am also part of the Bayview Pine Civic Association. I do object to the proposed gas station and 7-Eleven, as it's not compliant with the revitalization plan approved by the town and the community, developed over many years at a great cost. This would be the third gas station at the actual same circle. This would be the third 7-Eleven within a 1 mile radius. Probably the other one is within less than a half a mile away. There are already That's right, to walk there. There are already multiple convenience stores in downtown Riverhead and along Route 25 and along Route 24. We do not need this. I guess an attorney for the developers said that you guys are the safety valve between the developers and the community's wishes. Please don't let this blow up our revitalization plan that was worked on for many years. Yes, it is a dangerous circle. Yes, there are accidents there all the time. Yes, you should investigate that, because adding another gas station with high volume would only intensify that. We have people dying along Route 24. We don't want more people getting caught in that circle. To the developer, yes, you've waited 10 years, but those sewers are coming. The money has been extended for the sewers. CPF is on the verge of buying those 46 acres. Go to CPF and offer them that land. That would be the gateway to the Hamptons out of Riverhead to the town of Southampton. It's a perfect opening for that. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Who would like to speak next?
Errol,
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 you just need to unmute yourself.
unmute yourself.
You need to unmute. We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Okay,
Okay.
I think you're okay now. Okay.
We can hear you now. Okay, so you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Errol Bayraktar, 1801 County Road 39, Southampton.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can give us your comments.
Okay. As a resident of the town of Southampton, I strongly object to this proposal. The reasons, I'm going to keep it short because some of them are repetition. Basically, the main reason is that this project has nothing to do with the no contribution to the Riverside Revitalization Action Plan, and it has no contribution at all. And another reason is, as we all know, since COVID, the population in North Fork and South Fork, Eastern Long Island, increased. So there's a lot of new people. It's a year-round population increased, and that population, of course, increased the traffic as well. So, and where this proposed project is right where the both forks are connected. So that will bring this project would bring tremendous amount of traffic, and of course, it would cause a jam, as well as it's something to to worried about the accidents. So other than that, I need to also mention that in addition to being a resident in Southampton, I am also the owner of Shell Station across from this proposed project. And talking about that, just briefly, let me correct Mr. Brown's comment, as I did on the pre-submission conference. My station has a fully ADA compliant bathroom. So let's correct that. And last thing to mention is they were trying to sell this project as, it's an eyesore location that's gonna, they want to do state-of-the-art 7-Eleven. But as someone mentioned, the way of they do business is they pretty much try to push the competition out of business by being extremely aggressive, and after that, of course, everything goes back to normal. But meantime, God knows how many gas stations, how many convenience stores will be out of business, and there's going to be more eyesore in the property.
Oh, we have to go on to the other people who are waiting.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
thank you so much, Errol, for your comment.
That's pretty much it. And thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Okay, who would like to speak next?
Brad.
Brad, Okay, just have to, if you can turn on your video so we can see you.
Can you see me now?
Nope.
I'm on my phone, so. Let's see.
Okay, well, if we can't see you, then we'll just take it with audio.
He's muted.
All right, can't see me, huh?
Can't see you.
Oh,
Okay, but
shit.
Brad, I gotta swear you in, so you can state your name and address for the record. Brad, you're now muted.
Can we go on to somebody else while he gets himself together?
Okay, Gail.
Gail?
Go on.
Gail?
Okay. Oh, hold on, Gail. Brad, now we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me
now?
now?
We can see and hear you. Okay, so if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Brad Bender. I'm the president of the Flanders Riverside Northampton Community Association.
And your address?
525 Riverly Avenue, number 133.
Okay. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can tell us your comments.
Okay, so let's get past all the sunshine and lollipops that the developer has described. Here's the thing. It still comes down to this. It's a 12-pump gas station. It's a 7-Eleven convenience store. And Vince said it properly. We have worked for years on this redevelopment plan. The current owner of the property has let that property go to the state that it's in now. And I don't know if it was purposely, but we had the same problem with what was the diner, that they let that property go. And they haven't, no one took care of it. Well, now we have a revitalization plan. Finally, the property owner that put up the big building with the clock tower did a fabulous job, okay? After years and years and years on this Riverside revitalization plan, I don't know if you guys got a copy of my letter and the pictures that are drawn from the Riverside revitalization plan, but it has a downtown feel. It's a walkable community. It's a low intensity drive in, drive out, where this is going to be a high intensity in and out, in and out, in and out. When we went through the traffic study on that circle, that intersection was in failure, absolute failure. So moving forward, they redid the circle. It's still almost failing. At rush hour, I'm sure, Adam, you go through there, it is a failure, okay? So why would we add another high traffic, high volume business there? And not to mention, Governor Hochul has signed a bill that bans the sale of gasoline powered vehicles after 2035. I've talked to another gas station owners. Gas sales are down 20% overall in the last 10 years due to hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles, and fuel efficient vehicles. So we're going to add more fuel to a declining fire. So I think the possibility for this corner is actually build within the two options, either the highway business as it's stated in the current code, or under the new revitalization plan code that was developed and voted on. I think that was 2015. We worked tirelessly on that. So there's two options on the table for you to take advantage of as redevelopment goes. So, and then the developer mentioned, Dave Hawk Station over in Watermill. He mentioned the gas Hampton. All these stations are stations that are pre-existing non-conforming that they've had to bring up to codes by replacing tanks, fixing buildings, repairing stuff. This isn't, something that, that they did last 7-Eleven with 12 pumps. They brought what they had up to code. Dave Hawk runs a beautiful, clean business. All these other businesses they mentioned run a beautiful, clean business. I drove around my community over the last couple of days looking at all the different businesses that are there. The Shell Station, the Valero, all the little delis. They're all nice and clean. You want to know what business blights my community? It's 7-Eleven. Coffee cups and trash strewn everywhere. The dumpster overflowing. The landscaping just horrendous. So, let's get real about what's going on here. And then during the revitalization program, we did the crowdsourcing, and I think I included a graph of what people were looking for. Nowhere in there does it say another convenience store. People want access to good food, fresh vegetables, restaurants, dining. 7-Eleven, I'm diabetic. I can't eat anything in 7-Eleven because every aisle is full of sugar. So I deplore you guys. Look at what we have to offer as far as the current zoning and the new overlay district and work within that. As I said, this owner has already let his business run down to where it was uninhabitable. So, that's on him. Develop within the rights. And I ask you to, to vote this down.
Thank you for your comments. Gail, just need you to introduce yourself. And I said to swear you in. If you can state your name and address, please.
She's muted.
Yep, Gail, you need to unmute. We can't hear you. There we go.
My name is Gail Baldwin. I live at 525 Riverly Avenue, Unit 129A.
Okay. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can tell us your comments.
I'm not going to take a lot of time because pretty much everything I had to say has been said. I did send 2 emails to Mr. Cowell, one in November and one January 19th. As was pointed out, the traffic studies were done at off times of the year. On, July 28th, 2021, a pedestrian near the circle was hit and killed. On October 7th of 2021, a pedestrian was hit near the circle on Riverly Avenue by a hit and run driver in a white pickup truck. From what I can find out, they still have not located that truck. So that's 2 accidents within a short period of time. I want to point out that there are 5 7-Elevens within a 3-mile radius. The closest one is 0.8 miles away, and then it's 1.7 miles, 1.7 miles in the other direction, 2.2 miles from the circle, and then finally 3 miles from the circle. So this proposed station would be 6 7-Elevens within a 3-mile radius. I'd also like to point out that there are 6 gas stations within a 1-mile radius. 2 of them are on the circle, and the other 4 are within 1 mile. And lastly, the gentleman is perfectly correct about BJ's. If you go up Ostrander Avenue, or you come down Old Country Road and go to make a right onto Ostrander Avenue, you cannot always get into that station. They're backed up. They're backed up coming up Ostrander, heading north, and they're backed up going south. That's a 12-pump gas station. So that's really basically, I just wanted to add some additional information, most importantly about the people that were hit at that circle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Who would like to speak next?
Yep, I'm having a problem with it.
Jose,
Jose, you just have to unmute.
unmute yourself.
Okay, Jose, you just have to swear you in. If you can state your name and address, please.
Manuel Jose Avila. I live in 28 Norfolk Drive, Wisconsin, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you can tell us your comments.
Thank you very much. And first, I want to excuse myself. I opened the mic before. I lost a few minutes of my time. I'm going to try to don't repeat what everybody said before me, but I want to bring a different perspective, and it's about our community, my community, the Hispanic community in the area, the pops and moms who owns the small delis and delis and restaurants in the area, who will be really affected by this 7-Eleven grocery store. And not only because the competition and the prices, but they're already struggling with the situation on their business, to have this competition that is not fair on the area. The other thing, as everybody says before, this is not going to go with the revitalization of the area. And as my previous speaker said, there's so many 7-Eleven in the area where you can just go and see how they look outside at this moment. And that's how we will change the view that's being created, and is doing in a great path is looking too much better, and invite the people to come.
Hey Siri, does Zoom have access to my camera?
Brad,
you need to mute, please. I'm sorry, Jose, continue.
No, it's okay. Thank you. So the area is more inviting. I go very often because my business, I have to visit these delis and restaurants for reason of my business. So I have the opportunity to speak with them. Many of them would like to participate, but they don't feel comfortable doing it. So I really representing or being the voice of a lot of them in the area that are not happy with this project. So I plead and I ask you to, in name of this community, to say no to this project that is asking for so many variances, as they described today, so many changes that for a reason are being created. Laws to be complied, not to be flexible for the applicants. So thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. Happy New Year.
Comments. Who else would like to be heard?
We have Osman.
Osman?
Yes, Osman's been waiting a long time.
Okay.
Here he is.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Okay, we can hear you, but we can't see you. Can you turn on your video?
Yeah, I think I'm having some issues with the video on my desktop here. So
okay, well, if you can't figure out the video, then I'll swear you in. You can give us your testimony with audio. So you can state your name and address for the record, please.
95 Maidstone in Riverhead.
And your name again?
Osman Ali.
Okay. All right. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can tell us your comments.
Yes, I do want to add, like everybody else has been saying, that you know, they are using a lot of fancy words, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is nothing more than a sixth gas station that they're going to be adding on this in this property here, and it's probably the fourth or the fifth 7-Eleven that's going to be built within a few miles radius. This is a very negative thing that they're looking to do. It's completely opposite of what we were told or what we are looking to do in this downtown area of Riverside. I believe the building that was put up recently over there on the diner was, I think it was a beautiful project that was done. We need something like that. We do not need another business, a 7-Eleven especially. So I am totally against it. And we would definitely want to go with something else, something that is more in line with what, you know, the downtown revitalization should be. So that is what I want to add and say, that we are completely against this project for a 7-Eleven and a massive gas station. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Sandy, just have to swear you in. You can state your name and address.
My name is Sandy Adams. I live at 525 Riverley Avenue, number 90, Riverhead. And
and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I sure do.
Thank you. You can tell us your comments.
We already have such a plethora of gas stations nearby. The thought of another one is just mind-boggling. We also, when we worked on getting interest of what the residents of the community, Riverside and Flanders, wanted to see in the revitalization of downtown Riverside, no one said, please add another gas station. That did not come up at all. But we do have an approved Riverside redevelopment plan that was approved and worked on by Renaissance Downtowns, River Franca, and the town of Southampton. And that's already been approved, and it does not call for another gas station to replace the eyesore Getty spot. And end of story. And I thank you, and please do not permit the ZBA relief whatsoever for the give variances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Samantha? I see a Samantha.
Hello. Hi.
There we
Yes.
go.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Samantha. We can hear
Hi.
you, but we can't see you. Can you turn on your video?
I do have the video. Yes. Can you see me now?
Nope. We can only hear you. Anyway, that's all right. We can do it with audio. You can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Samantha Bowlett, 35 Gates Avenue, Brentwood, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. If you can tell us what you give us your testimony, what you'd like to tell us.
Yes, I am also speaking on the voice of others. I am opposing to the project. We heard all the all the proposals and all, but I'm seriously opposing to the project. I do consider also with others that a different set of maybe business will be more convenient to it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your comments.
Samantha, could I ask Samantha a question? Samantha, sure. You gave your address as Brentwood. What is your relationship to this here in Riverside?
Well, I do sell life insurance and I do visit many residents in the area, not only in New York, but in different areas. So I live in New York, but because of my business, I visit many locations.
Okay, but you don't reside in the area. You don't own a business in the area.
I do not have business in the area. I do visit many home addresses everywhere in the state.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else who's waiting to be heard in connection with this application?
There's Amr Ilawi.
I thought we already got him. Oh, I thought.
Did we do him yet? Amr?
No.
No. Okay. Can you turn on your video?
I was trying. I'm having an issue with the video.
That's all right. Then we'll just do it with audio. If you can state your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Amr Ilahi. I have a business at 415 Flanders Road, Riverhead, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you can give us your comments.
So a lot of that I wanted to say has been said by other residents and business owners in the area. So I won't repeat those, just make some of the other suggestions that I had. One of the things that the folks that are proposing this business, they keep saying that it's a gas station, but in all honesty, it's a 7-Eleven that has gas station in it. You look at any of the other business gas stations that are in the town of Southampton, they're very small mini marts attached to that. Nothing that even comes close to the size of 3,000 square foot, which is even massive by 7-Eleven sizes. If you drive around your local 7-Elevens, they are probably 2,000 square foot, 2,200 square foot. So even the 7-Eleven is massive, even on their size. And we have so many of them in the area. Obviously, a new one just opened up a couple of months ago on Main Street. They had put one up on Flanders Road, which was even touted by the owners at that time to be just a small mom and pop operation. And once they got the approval, they turned it over and made it a 7-Eleven. Even myself and a lot of the other residents in the business, people that lived in the area, were not up for it. They are not happy to have something like that. One of the things that 7-Eleven is synonymous for, that they're open 24 hours a day. Let's just be honest, a 24-hour business, it's convenient, but it comes with its own set of headaches for the community. The other two gas stations that are at the traffic circle, I know they're open 24 hours, but for their safety of the employees and everything else, they do not open the doors. One of the other things that I'll implore for this Board of Appeal to do is ask the local police department to see what kind of impact the 7-Eleven that was already put on Flanders Road, a 24-hour operation no less, has impacted them. And now adding another one is going to do for the community and the officer that has to work the overnight shift. I know they're already stretched to begin with. Town of Southampton is not a big town. We do not have a big police force like, say, Suffolk County or Nassau County. So that in itself is going to have an impact on it. Everybody has said there's been way too many 7-Elevens and gas stations that are already, so the area is already being properly served with the gas and the convenience store. One of the other things that I saw on.
Okay, if you can wrap up,
Sure,
please?
yeah.
We're
just
at
gonna
3
be another
minutes now.
minute.
Okay.
I mean, ever since the circle's been put on, I know there's been quite a few accidents. So, and I know some of the parking that they're suggesting is right up at the traffic circle. So God forbid if a car jumps up that curb, they're going right into the other parked cars with maybe people sitting in it or empty. So again, I implored the Board of Appeals to look at everything and not grant the variances. A business can come in as long as they're abiding by what's on the books to be have and that. And I appreciate the time that the Board of Appeal has given me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to be heard? If not, Charlie, is there anyone else raising their hand?
No more.
No hands?
No hands.
No hands. Okay. Keith, I just want to give you a few minutes to give your initial response, and then we're going to put this over because you've got to do it secret.
Yep, I won't take long, and I do want to get Mr. Murphy an opportunity to discuss the pre-submission report dated, and his response is dated March 25th, 2021. So, Mr. Chairman, number one, as far as the 24-hour nature is concerned, there's case law Loophole versus the Village of Westbury that's not for local determination. The ZBA is actually preempted by state law because of the sale of alcohol under the State Liquor Authority rules and regulations. The speaker was correct. We do this convenience store will offer products to the overnight shift and cater to that third shift. Those are the healthcare workers and the first responders who need places to go late at night in order to just get a cup of coffee and fill up their vehicles in order to get to work. Just remind many of the speakers that we have owned this property for several decades. This is not something where they're coming in and they're just buying this property in order to build the 7-Eleven and flip it. This family has owned this property for the better part of several decades. Jeff Murphy actually did a response to the pre-submission report, which we'd like to enter into the record. And that is dated May 13th of 2021, Mr. Chairman. I just also remind the board that the gas station is a permitted use in the highway business district, that the C-store is accessory and incidental use. And this application represents a bird in the hand, something that we are willing to, I'm sorry, my audio shut down, that we are.
We can hear you, we just can't see you.
Okay, that we are willing, to invest heavily, several millions of dollars into this blighted site. One of the speakers says laws are meant to be complied with. That's why I cited to the 1926 case, so that many of the people understood that is the purpose of zoning board of appeals and variance applications. Mr. Valeri is going to speak in a moment, but his traffic study was adjusted in accordance with industry standards with the worst case scenario. One of the other speakers said the need to develop within our rights. I just indicated we are developing very much within our rights, and Mr. Murphy will speak about the application of the overlay district in a moment. With respect to bringing traffic, one of the speakers said, as Mr. Valari's report indicates, that is a completely untrue statement. This facility will cater to mostly pass-by traffic, upwards of 65 to 75% of pass-by traffic. Some of the other people were talking about competition. As this board knows, competition is not a proper basis to grant or deny the application. With respect, state-of-the-art was mentioned because we will be employing the best technology available for gas stations, including double wall tanks with sensors that indicate whether or not a spill has happened. And just wrapping up, with respect to some of the comments about the revitalization plans, we're not impacting any ability to develop across the street with the park. We're not impacting any ability to develop 46 acres with multifamily. In terms of the sewers, how long are we going to wait for sewers to be installed? We have this application here and now. The application is before the town. This 1 acre site, this small corner of this traffic roundabout is not going to blow up the entire Riverside revitalization plan. And just mention that just in terms of, just because we have the facts, our presentation was an hour and 25 minutes. We started at 7:15 and we finished at 8:40. So it was not 2 or 3 hours. And I just want to remind the board of where we're located. And I think it's always important to bring the application back to context. We are directly on this roundabout that is a major hub to all points on Eastern Long Island and the South Fork of Long Island. And it is because we have high traffic counts that it makes sense that it be continued to zone as highway business and have a highway business use on that, as it has been for the last 50 years. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Murphy. Jeff?
Jeff, there we go.
Yeah, how are you? Good evening again. Adam, you raised a great point early in tonight's meeting about the pre-submission report to the planning board. And as Keith mentioned, and I forgot this, it was May of last year that I prepared a direct response to that pre-submission report. And one of the speakers tonight said quite eloquently that laws are to be complied with, not flexible. And I'm not going to go through my report. I'll submit it as part of their record to you so we can go over it in more detail at the next meeting. But there are 2 sections of the code that I want to just quote that are very applicable to tonight's proceedings. This is 330-402 subsection C. So the 7 Riverhead Overlay District overlay zones do not replace the underlying zoning rules and regulations that currently exist in the ROD. They provide an alternative option for landowners to use in developing and redeveloping their land and buildings within the ROD. All existing rights, allowable uses, and approval procedures under the Southampton zoning law remain in full force, unless it's the property owner's discretion whether or not to opt into the ROD. Furthermore, under 330-402 subsection C, this project must be evaluated with approval procedures under 330-184 plan, under the special exception uses, specifically 330-122 and 330-122 and 132, and cannot be evaluated for consistency with the intent of the RO1 zone and the uses as contemplated under section 330-410 of the Southampton Town Code. So we are following what is adopted by the town board. So when people say we're not following the purpose and consistency of the intent, we are, and you cannot adopt zoning laws and zoning code unless it's consistent with the master plan. So to say that we're not, I would argue that and respectfully disagree with the statement that we're not complying with the zoning code.
Let's pick another date because we have to coordinate SECRA, and I know you guys have more testimony, but a lot of it is probably going to change as we do the environmental impact.
Katie, one other correction that needs to be made is that one speaker said that the other gas stations are pre-existing non-conforming uses that I talked about this evening. That's not true. There were special exception site plan reviews by the planning board that received approval by the zoning board. The one is in Bridgehampton, one is in Watermill. The one in Watermill is by far the largest gas station. It's the same size as what we're proposing. Watermill has the 3rd or the 5th, I forget which, highest residential land prices in the country. If you take a look at downtown Bridgehampton, they have a gas station right in the heart of downtown Bridgehampton. Both are beautiful walking communities, and we can do the same thing here. So to say that we're doing something that's an anomaly, I would respectfully disagree. And then we can talk about this again at the next meeting.
Okay, so let's pick a date. But also before we pick a date, I just want to mention to all who are gave testimony tonight that while the public hearing is open, you can submit anything you want to in writing. So if you want to submit a letter, if you want to submit, a traffic study or whatever information you would like to submit, you are welcome to do so.
And Mr. Chairman, if we could, I'd just like to have Mr. Valeri correct something that was stated on the record. Andrew?
Okay.
Thank you. Regarding the traffic counts that were conducted, the traffic counts were conducted in October of 2020. So it does capture the somewhat seasonal harvest season traffic. That was during a year that was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, New York State DOT has put forth guidance on how to conduct traffic counts and calibrate roadway volumes that may be affected by the pandemic. What we did was we compared the volumes in October of 2020 to traffic volumes from before the pandemic. So we looked at volumes conducted by the DOT in July of 2017. That captures the peak seasonal traffic for the beach season. And it's also before the pandemic. So it's a very, very standard year. What we did was we took our counts from October 20 and then increased them to get back to the peak condition. We then took it one step further and grew those traffic volumes even more to account for the future when this project could be built and operating. And we also accounted for other projects in the site vicinity that may be open and operating at this time or in the near future that were not open in 2017. So we did everything by the book per the traffic study. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So let's figure out where we're going in terms of the adjourn date and coordinating secret.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I know Mr. Murphy is not available the next planning board, next zoning board date. So if we could ask for February 17th, does that?
Well, hold on. We got to coordinate secret before we have a new date. I don't think we're going to have secret coordinated in a month. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so the bigger question is, I've reviewed most of the other gas station variances, obviously not for the interpretation, but for everything else, they have all been treated as unlisted. Even your ZBA application listed as unlisted, as does the planning board report. So my question to you is, when's the soonest you can get us, multiple copies of the EAF and the application so we can coordinate?
I'll defer to Mr. Murphy.
Katie, are you saying that we can go forward now with the interpretation question?
No. The whole application is an unlisted, and you want to make two applications, you can do the interpretation and then re-advertise and do it later. We don't segment like that.
We have to split it in two, and it doesn't make any sense to do it that way.
Sure. And on top of that, whether, many of the questions about the accessory are going to be addressed in terms of the secret review as well. So, again, when can we get copies of the EAF and the full application so we can coordinate?
You're muted.
You're muted.
No, now you're muted.
Jeff, you're muted.
Jeff, you're muted.
Okay. Katie, when you go back and look at the decisions that I referenced, none of them were unlisted and none of them counted for the parking. I'm just putting that for the.
Yeah, Jeff, it's not going anywhere. We're doing this as an unlisted action. Sorry. Okay, that's. I understand your position.
Adam, can I just quickly address this?
Absolutely.
This happens a lot of times. You cannot segment the secret review. The bottom line is that yes, you have an interpretation that the applicant is requesting, but it's part of a larger project that involves other agencies and other approvals. And so, yes, you're right. Whether or not it's an accessory use is not pertinent to me. What I am concerned with, and I think what the planning board is concerned with and what the public is concerned with, are the potential traffic impacts of this project and the uses, whether accessory or not, get properly evaluated. So I think it's an unlisted action. We're going to look at all of it. And I think the applicant should submit the EAF form, the application stuff, like Katie said. If they have a traffic report that they submitted to my office, that's fine. But submit everything that they want to submit as part of this coordinated review, and then we'll do the coordination.
And just to be clear, just because it's an unlisted action doesn't mean that it can't be neg-decked by the lead agency.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Correct, but we have to follow this procedure. So then, Katie, how much time do we need after you get the submissions to coordinate? And Keith, when do you think you can get the documents to us?
Yeah, we have to give 30 days. I mean, we already know that the planning board is interested in being lead agency. I'm sure that none of the other agencies that we coordinate with will want it, but we do have to give them time to respond back to us. The statute says 30 days. So 30 days from when we send letters out, we can come back and do a lead agency resolution, touch base with the planning board, see, you know, how they're proceeding, and take it from there.
All right, so Keith, how long do you think you're going to need to submit the documentation?
I was just asking Mr. Murphy, does 2 weeks work, Jeff, to get the EAF in? We've already submitted all the other traffic studies and all, so that's just a matter of compiling them.
Okay. So 2 weeks for the submissions, then the letters go out, and then we need 30 days for responses. So that's probably 2 months from now is when we would want to have you come back.
Okay.
Okay. So second meeting in March, which is March 18th.
March 17th.
That's a
Oh,
Friday.
March 17th. I stand correct.
17th, St. Patrick's Day. Jeez.
Okay. All right.
St.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I have the lead on the application. I move that we adjourn the application of 911 Flanders Road LLC for all purposes until our March 17th meeting.
Second.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Kern. Susan, you're muted. Still can't hear you.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill. I think you're muted, Brian. Keith. Well, I hear your, okay. Chair votes aye. We're adjourned until March 17th. Thank you all for your testimony tonight. And have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. It is an important
No problem.
application.
Thank you all.
All right.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, item 4 on the agenda. Re-advertised application, Stephen Glickman and Ellie Pelwanski Glickman, 9 Cedarfield Lane, West Hampton. Suffolk County Tax Map 900-355-3-10.12. Want me to read this since it's re-ad, right?
Yes, please.
Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the town code for an existing asphalt court. 330-11, Residence Districts Table of Use Regulations, located within the required front yard. A setback of 63.5 feet, where 70 feet is required, to an existing rear lot coverage of 20.9%, where 20% is required, and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Who's here on behalf of the applicant?
You have me?
We can see, we can hear you, Steve. Unless you're an attorney, I have to swear you in.
Swear me in.
If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Steve Caputo, 120 Mill Road, West Hampton Beach, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Can you tell us about the application, please?
Yes, I can, and I can guarantee it will be shorter than my preceding application. Significantly. This, and I don't have that many people to speak with me, so this is going to be nice. This application comes out of an attempt. We had filed a building permit application on the Glickman property for a deck and an outdoor shower. When this was being reviewed in the building department, we received a denial letter on January 29th, which indicated that they had noticed that a difference now existed between the tennis court as built and the tennis court as what was approved and what exists today. The tennis court was approved under Certificate of Compliance 5942 issued on May 19th of 1989. What was approved was that the tennis court was to be built 40 feet from the west side of the property and 25 feet from the south side of the property. The tennis court was going to take up approximately 7,200 square feet. Somewhere along the line, this tennis court was built, but it was not built within those parameters. It was built 30.3 feet from the west side, so a difference of 7 feet, and 24 feet from the south property line, a difference of 1 foot. But the tennis court was smaller than what was approved. It came in at 6,483 square feet.
What are the dimensions of the tennis court?
The tennis court on the, let me grab the survey and give it to you exactly. We're
looking at the measurements, 120 by 60, 55 by 110. It looks big.
It is big, and I only have on the application my lot area and coverage, but I don't have it on either survey where they give me the running total on the tennis court.
Okay, well, I will tell you that we as a board, if we're considering an application for a tennis court, whether it be proposed or whether it be as built, it's going to be 55 by 110. It's not going to be any bigger. So if this tennis court is larger than 55 by 110, it is going to have to be reduced in size. That's the first thing I want to tell you.
Understood. I don't think we're going to have an issue with that, actually.
Okay.
What it was built as.
Okay, I understand.
As they went further along in the reviewing, in order to get the tennis court approved, it was then determined that they being the building department, had to make a determination as to what was the front yard, side yard, rear yard. I should say that this property is a flag lot that runs south of Cedarfield Lane. So it was determined in the building department that in order to make this work with lot coverage and location, that they determined for the purposes of what we're working on right now, that the north side of the property would be a side yard. The west side of the property would be the rear yard. The south side of the property would be a side yard, and the east side would be a front yard. This places the tennis court in the rear yard, but causes a problem of lot coverage where we are over our lot coverage allowance. We're allowed 20%, we're at 20.9%. The reason for the variance on the tennis court. That kicks in another problem for the basketball court, which was also previously approved and inspected. Both of these have been approved and inspected, but I guess whatever happened. The basketball court now, because of this new determination as to what front, side, rear is, this now places the basketball court in the front yard. And by putting it in the front yard, we do not have the 70-foot setback that we need from that east property line, which we are determining now to be the front yard. We're at 63 feet and change. So the second part of the variance is that we need approximately 7 feet of forgiveness on our front yard setback for the previously approved basketball court, and we need 0.9% lot coverage approval for the previously built tennis court. I think I'm probably beating this to death, and I blame it on the late hour, and I apologize, but there are certificates of compliance for both courts. And it was only because of the diligence of Marge Riley that she actually compared the most recent survey to what was approved, and that is how we got her denial letter of January 29th, and then the subsequent letter that we sent over, that I guess she sent over, saying that we needed a variance, which outlined it. So those are really our two issues in a nutshell. We have a tennis court that is in the wrong location, but smaller than approved, and we have a basketball court that is now too close to the front property line by 7. We need a 7-foot forgiveness on that property line.
Okay, so this was advertised for as-built court, front yard setback 70 feet to 63.5 feet, and rear yard lot coverage 20% to 20.9%. Is that for the tennis court, the basketball court, or both?
All right, the 20.9% is purely for the rear yard for the tennis court.
Okay.
The 7-foot forgiveness from the front yard is purely for the basketball court.
Okay. So the tennis court lives up this to setbacks, but you have a lot coverage problem.
Yeah, yes, tennis court is fine with setbacks.
Yeah.
But we're 0.9% over allowable lot coverage.
Okay. All right. The measurement, 70 feet to 63.5 feet. I don't know if it's on the survey.
No.
I don't
It
think it
does
is.
not appear to be on the most recent survey.
But it's fine, as long as you have a survey with it on there. And also that survey should also indicate the lot coverage, the 20.90.
Which it does.
It does. Okay.
It
We just
does.
want to make sure that's
Yeah,
in there.
no, that does. We had to have that redone as part of Marge's.
Okay. So, but both these structures essentially got approvals by the town long ago. And so you mentioned something that the tennis court was either the size or the location was different than what was proposed when the tennis court building permit application was submitted.
Yes, it is 10. Presently, we are 10 feet closer to the west property line than approved. Still not a setback issue.
Okay.
And we are 1 foot closer to the southern property line. Still not a setback issue from where we were supposed to be. That's the bad news. The good news is the tennis court is about almost 650 square feet less than what was approved. So it's smaller, but it's not in the right place.
Okay. So if the tennis court ends up being 55 by 110 or smaller, we're fine. If it ends up that it's bigger than 55 by 110, then it's going to have to be reduced in size. If it's reduced in size, that may reduce or eliminate the lot coverage. So I don't know. We're going to have to see.
I think we're very close to 55 by 110 right now. I'm doing with the ruler, but I'm not I'm not the surveyor. I don't want to.
No, I understand. So I mean, this is in the scheme of things very modest relief, modest setback relief, and modest lot coverage relief.
I do not disagree with you.
Yeah. Okay. Have you heard from any of the neighbors?
We have heard from no one.
No one. Okay. All right. We did have comments from the building department.
Yeah.
This is what we got. Do you see them already?
Yes. The comment about the shed.
Yeah,
yes.
Yes. The shed has already been moved and will be relocated to a conforming position.
Okay. So if you can indicate that on the survey that it's been relocated or it will be relocated, maybe the survey that you have already has it on there. And by the way, talking about sheds, we got a trash bin and a shed over the property line. Are those the neighbors?
It's theirs and been removed.
Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure they weren't your the applicant.
No, we don't have that headache.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments from members of the board or Katie or Anthony?
Adam, do we have the latest survey?
I don't.
I have an April 13th survey, but
That's
I
what
don't
I
have
have.
the October.
Yeah. Steve, when did you submit the most recent survey?
You are, just so that we're talking about the same survey, we're talking about the October 29th, 2021?
Don't have it.
Don't have it.
You don't?
I don't have it.
Didn't get to us. If you submitted it,
I can get it.
yeah. If you submitted it, then Candace can get them to us. But if you haven't submitted that survey, you can submit it.
Well, we're going to need the new survey anyway, the tennis court dimension.
We are.
And showing the shed moved.
Yes. Yes.
What I would, I'm going to.
Lot coverage calculations.
Yeah, I think it has a lot coverage calculations on there.
It has a lot of coverage on it. What I was going to suggest is I'm going to have it revised one more time and put the dimensions of the tennis court on it, so that we don't. So that's on there as well.
Yeah.
And then I'll show the shed is gone.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. All right.
I'd like to ask something to the board though. Because I know, Adam, that you said if the tennis court doesn't have those dimensions, then it's going to have to be, reduced or revised. And I just wanted to make sure that's how the board feels, because Mr. Caputo did say all of this was done with permits, right? And the only relief that's needed is 20% where 20.9 is existing.
I need a 0.9% forgiveness on lot coverage. And
I just want the board to discuss that. I mean,
Yeah.
because,
Yeah,
I mean, while
So
it's an
I-
as-built, it's an as-built with permits.
right. And I mentioned my point of view, but I'm only one vote. So maybe other board members can share.
And I should say not permits, I have certificates of compliance for the tennis
Yeah,
court
certificates of compliance, yeah.
for both.
Right. But which shouldn't have been issued because of the lot coverage issue.
I-
Unless the
court
tennis
was built
court
in
was
the
there
wrong
before the
place.
basketball court was there.
So
Also location.
I would like to see the complete survey with all the information on it. And from what I'm hearing, I don't have a problem with it, even if the court is slightly bigger because it's pre-existing than the 110 by 55, but we'd need to see the survey to judge.
I
I
agree.
agree.
Okay.
It will be done.
That's
It will
1,
be
2,
done.
3. We need one more actually. So Susan, Cornelius, Mike, you're okay with the tennis court with the side of this?
I want to see the survey.
I see.
Want to know what the size is, Adam?
Yeah,
I
want to see it.
okay, then
But the
We're gonna have to see.
0.9%,
Wait and see.
the 0.9, yeah, doesn't consume me
doesn't
in
bother
this
me.
case.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the 63 versus 70 pre-existing
Maybe we want to keep this
yard
open.
switches.
Maybe we won't keep this open to find out what the actual number is. It's very hard for us to know without having the dimensions.
Understood. Understood.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Is there anyone from the public who is waiting to be heard in connection with the application of Glickman? This is for property located at 9 Cedarfield Lane in West Hampton. If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
No hands.
Okay. All right. If not, Cornelius, it is yours.
Steve, how long you need to get that survey?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
I can physically have it in 2 weeks,
Okay, so you want to come back on February 3rd?
as soon as you can have me back.
Okay, that'll be our next meeting. Move to hold over the application until keep open our application until February 3rd.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill,
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Let me see. Mr. DeSessa,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Right.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thanks so much. Have a good rest of your night. See you in a couple
All
of
right,
weeks.
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Item five on the agenda is Atlantic Golf Club, Inc. 1040 Scuttle Hole Road, Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-49-1-7.1. Applicant appeals the determination of the building inspector dated June 4, 2021, permitting Atlantic Golf Club, Inc. to construct staff housing as an accessory use at the subject premises.
The board has jurisdiction.
Good evening, Wayne. And Brian.
No, we have,
I'm not sure
this
who's
is
going
Brian's
first.
application.
Good evening. Good evening.
Brian is.
Everyone. Okay. Thank you for all of your patience and having us here tonight. And Happy New Year to everybody. So, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Brian Matthews, Kirsten Cooley, here on behalf of the appellants Marianne Gabrielli, Shorts Pond Associates, the Ronald Braun Gift Trust, and Neil Osberg Real Estate LLC. Some or all of whom I believe are here with us this evening and wish to address the board, as well as their environmental expert, Chuck Bowman from Land Use Ecological. So just for a little context about how and why we're here, in March of 2021, Atlantic Golf filed a site plan application with the planning board seeking an approval for an approximately 6,500 square foot, 16-bedroom multi-family apartment complex that they claim is necessary for and will be used for staff housing. More specifically, Atlantic sought and was recently granted an approval to locate this complex directly on Scuttle Hole Road, near the fragile waters of Shorts Pond, and in the case of appellant Marianne Gabrielli, directly next to her full-time year-round residence. In fact, as each of the appellants own property that are either directly abut or in close proximity to the golf course property owned by Atlantic. It was during this planning board's review of that application, that questions arose as to legality of accessory staff housing on this property. And certainly the question as to the right to construct new staff housing on this property. And as shown by the record before the planning board, and I also refer the board to the memorandum of law that we filed in support of this appeal, the record shows that the housing, all of the housing that Atlantic presently has was granted by special exemptions from this board in 1976 and 1977, respectively. During a time in which the property, which predated the use of the property for the golf course, and during the time the property was used for agricultural purposes. And in each of those special exemptions, the housing was to be used for, quote, housing for agricultural employees and housing for agricultural labor. As during the review of the site plan application, it became clear that the question as to the ability to construct new accessory staff housing on this property had not previously been asked or answered. The planning board requested that the chief building inspector issue a written determination or interpretation of the town code as to whether staff housing is a permitted accessory use on the golf course on Atlantic's property. In response, the building inspector issued a written determination dated June 4th, 2021, where he concluded that Atlantic's proposed staff housing was a permitted accessory under section 330-5 of the town code. Appellants then appealed that determination to this board, and that's how we're here. And, you know, I note that they appealed that determination, not only, of course, because they believe it's an improper legal determination, but because allowing that determination to stand and everything that flows from it will have result in significant adverse impacts to the use and enjoyment of their properties, and will result in the value of those properties being diminished. So now, before I get into the law, which is obviously the critical component to our appeal of this determination, I think it's important to establish and state up front that this matter does not involve questions as to the need for businesses to attract and retain seasonal help, or for the general need for staff or workforce housing, which is something that everybody on this panel and everybody who comes before these boards in my practice is a paramount concern. None of those issues are present here, and none of them are pertinent to the board's review of this appeal. Instead, this appeal and the issue that is being presented to you is a very simple and straightforward legal issue. And it's as follows. May a building inspector permit a property owner to have a use and or a structure that is expressly prohibited under the local zoning code simply by classifying it as an accessory? We think that the law is clear that a building inspector is not vested with such unfettered discretion or authority. And as such, the challenge determination must be vacated as arbitrary, capricious, and more importantly, contrary to law. So then you turn to the determination itself, which again is attached to our memorandum. First, the building inspector, again, citing to section 330-5 of the town code, states that Atlantic's proposed staff housing is permitted because it, quotes, meets the definition of accessory use. So when you're talking about uses, and you're talking about what uses are permitted on Atlantic's CR 80 residentially zoned property, you turn to the use tables contained in section 330-10 of the town code. When you look at those use tables, you see a few things. One, you see first that quote unquote staff housing is not listed at all. And to this end, and it's highlighted in the use table and highlighted in the exhibit attached to our memorandum, the use table expressly states that all unlisted uses are prohibited in all districts. And I also refer you to section 330-5 of the code for the definition of prohibited use, which says that same thing. If it's not listed on the use table, it's not allowed, put simply. At this point, the analysis can sometimes stop, since what they are proposing, staff housing, is not listed, it's therefore prohibited. However, the analysis can go even further, and it becomes even clearer that the challenge determination is simply legally incorrect. So too, again, when you look at the use tables, you see uses like 2-family detached dwelling or multiple dwellings for 3 or more people, which this 16 apartment staff housing complex would clearly be. You see that each of those uses are expressly prohibited under section 33010 A2 and A3 of the town code for this property, for CR 80 residentially zoned property. Therefore, the use tables irrefutably show that Atlantic's proposed staff housing apartment complex couldn't be constructed on their property as a principal use, even if it was a vacant piece of land and didn't have a golf course. So that's established right there. We think that's very clear. But now, obviously, with the understanding that we're here looking at the question of whether it's nonetheless permitted as an accessory use, when you look at section 33010 F2 of the use table, you see that while the town code permits customary accessory uses and structures on CR 80 properties, the important and express caveat to that is that they can't otherwise be prohibitive. So here, as we just went over, it doesn't matter if they're calling what they're proposing staff housing, since staff housing is not listed and therefore not permitted, or if it's some kind of multi-family housing, since that use is expressly prohibited. In either event, since what they're proposing is not allowed as a principal use under section 33010 F2, it's not allowed as an accessory use. There's no ambiguity here, and the code is very clear. Going further, including, and the building inspector's reliance on 330-5, which is what he relied upon in issuing this determination, that determination fails for additional reasons as well. As the still non-existent staff housing building is very clearly not the principal structure or building on Atlantic's golf course, it is by definition an accessory structure. Now, when you look at 330-5, which again, the building inspector relied upon in issuing his determination, it states that unless it's housing or a building that's used for employees living on a farm or a bed and breakfast, which this clearly is not, and is not claimed to be. 330-5 states, an accessory building shall not include any building with sleeping and or cooking facilities or be used for sleeping and or cooking purposes. This is exactly what they're proposing. So as a matter of law, since the proposed staff housing building or accessory staff housing building has both sleeping and cooking, it's expressly prohibited under the town code. There is, again, no ambiguity here, and the code is very clear. The code, lastly, the code is also very clear that there are 2 industries that are allowed to have, that are permitted by code to seek to have on-site staff housing. The first is housing for agricultural employees through a special exemption through section 330-135 of the code. And a special exemption, again, is how Atlantic has the staff housing that they have to begin with. And 2, housing for restaurant employees under a special exemption under section 330-154. Atlantic is neither. And it's also notable that in each of those 2 instances, the code provides for specific guidelines, standards, safeguards before either of those special exemptions can be granted and the use and building constructed, including increased setbacks from roads and neighboring properties, well beyond, in the case of agricultural, well beyond the limits that are provided for in the town code right now. Under this determination, though, if it stands, Atlantic is ostensibly free from any of those burdens, and they were free to locate this facility right on Scuttle Hole Road, right by the wetland, and right next to a full-time residence. This simply cannot be allowed. Under the plain text and plain language of the town code, which again has no ambiguity, if Atlantic wishes to have new staff housing, construct a new building in this location for staff housing, and believe they have a justifiable basis for seeking it, they can seek a variance from this board, or they can petition the town board to create a third class of business that is permitted to have accessory staff housing, and the town board, should they choose, can then craft and pass legislation that permits it and legislation that contains the appropriate safeguards and standards as they did with restaurants and agriculture. But what cannot happen is what happened here. They cannot be permitted to circumvent the town code, circumvent the town board's legislative determinations, and construct a building and undertake a use, each of which are expressly prohibited. And in permitting the Atlantic to do what the code expressly prohibits, the building inspector exceeded the scope of his authority, acted in an ultra vires manner, and the challenge determination has to be annulled. And I have one final closing point. It is of absolutely no import that other golf courses throughout the town may perhaps have been allowed to construct new employee housing for 3 reasons. First, this board, by law, as stated in our memo, is not compelled to duplicate previous errors. 2, as stated in our memo, in the context of this appeal, as I know the board and its counsel well knows, in the context of an appeal, the board, as a matter of law, is charged with making the determination that should have been made in the first instance on this property. And 3, the other golf courses are irrelevant. So it's what we're dealing with here is this determination, which relates to the zoning and permitting history on this property, not what other golf courses have, may or may not get, rightly or wrongly. So we think the code, again, there's no ambiguity here, and the code is very clear, and we think the determination has to be vacated. If there are any questions for me at this moment, I'm happy to answer them. I'm happy, obviously, you know, Mr. Chairman, I'll leave it up to you. I don't know if, I can't see everybody who's here, but if some of the appellants are here, I know they wish to speak, but I don't know if you want to turn it over to them or turn it over to Wayne, but I leave it up to you. But that's, we think it's very clear. We think it's very cut and dry, and we think that the determination that needs to be made is, as a matter of law, is clear, and we ask that the board vacate this determination in full.
So I'd have a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, just for tonight. I think we should hear if there are any neighbors here. And then we can hear from Mr. Bruin. And then it sounds like we could set a briefing schedule going forward and continue on.
Yeah, and I do appreciate also the fact, Brian and Wayne, that, you know, we are at 10 o'clock and we have 7 more applications after this one.
I don't envy you in that regard.
This is what happened tonight.
Yeah.
2 big applications. Okay, so any other, but before I ask about neighbors, are there any other questions of the board members or Katie or Anthony of Brian?
No.
Okay, all right. If not, if there is anyone who wants to be heard in connection with this application, was the application of Atlantic Golf Course, which is located at 1040 Scuttle Hole Road in Bridgehampton, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
We're looking for Pam at least.
I see that Pamela Harwood messaged, if we can unmute Pamela, please.
So she's coming on. Pam?
Yes,
Yeah, we want to hear your testimony, but we can hear you, but we
I'm
can't.
starting my video.
Okay,
It won't, oh, there we go.
still can't see you.
Okay, all
There we
right.
go, now we can see you.
Hi,
Okay.
everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Just want to swear you in, if you can state your
Oh,
name
yes,
and
of
address. for the
course.
record, please.
Okay, hold it. Pamela Harwood, residing at 371 Woodland Drive in Bridgehampton, and I'm speaking tonight representing the Bridgehampton Civic Association.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you can give us your comments.
Yes, I wanted to start out by saying, sorry if some of this is repetitive, but how does a golf club qualify for employee housing as an accessory building when the town code only allows employee housing for restaurants and agricultural labor? And regarding the latter, when the building code says that employee housing, quote, shall be located on the site of a farm which employs agricultural laborers. I looked up the definition of agriculture, And according to Merriam-Webster, it's the science, art, or practice of cultivating the soil, producing crops, and raising livestock, and in varying degrees, the preparation and marketing of the resulting products. How is the building inspector qualified to change the dictionary definition of agriculture? So in this regard, I absolutely agree with Brian Matthews. And in fact, when I looked up the code for housing for agricultural labor 330-135, in number B, it says shall be located on the site of a farm which employs agricultural laborers. So that is also unambiguous to me. How this can be determined that a golf club would be defined in this way, it's absolutely unacceptable. The golf club qualifies for beneficial tax rates also. Let's keep that in mind. And exemptions to the town code, is it because they preserve open space? Isn't it meaningful that the current application would be for a dwelling that would take away open space from the public views and the scenic vistas along Scuttle Hill Road? The Hamlet Plan of 2004, which is the last Hamlet Plan for Bridgehampton, calls for maintaining the scenic vistas specifically along Scuttle Hill Road. This would take away a portion of those scenic vistas. In that case, too, it's unacceptable. We have heard that the Atlantic Golf Club already has existing employee housing as well. And I know that the Noyac CAC, as well as my organization, has tried to access the nature of the existing employee housing and how many employees they already can accommodate. And I was told today by the planning department that they could not access that for me until after today's hearing. That's very unfortunate. And I also want to mention that in 2018, during the course of a previous application by the Atlantic Golf Club for a 3,600 square foot teaching facility, the town was advised by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation as follows. Upon further investigation, the DEC has revealed that regulated freshwater wetland is located on the golf course property and is a documented tiger salamander breeding pond. Therefore, work proposed by Atlantic Golf Course within 1,000 feet of this pond may require a DEC threatened and endangered species takings permit. DEC staff is going to notify the town of Southampton of this possible requirement. And so I don't know that that has been taken into consideration during this application. I don't recall that it was. Now, regarding the 5 points that your board has to consider, one is whether there is an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood. And I say yes. Yes.
You can continue with your presentation. I just want to let you know for this one, they're not asking for any variances, so there's not even going to be a 5-point analysis.
Right.
I mean, if you want to go through with it, you can, but it's really just,
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a variance application.
Yeah, no desire to do what's unnecessary, and therefore I think the things I've already said are my main points, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Okay, next, who would like to go next? Let's see, Emil, if you can just unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello. Just have to swear you in. If you can state your name and address, please.
My name is Emil Braun. I live at 1188 Scuttle Hill Road, Watermill, New York, and I affirm.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Okay, thank you. You can give us your comments.
I live, my family's home is 3 lots from this proposed location. It's the wrong location. It's a highly dangerous curve that has experienced a lot of accidents. It's insane to think that there should be a 16-room SRO basically in this location. And the way they went around things to this point have been extremely sketchy and suspect and have cast a real pall upon the town of Southampton that requires severe investigation. So I urgently implore the committee to consider our application and to deny the zoning of this site. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next? Do we have more speakers? If there's anyone else, yes, Neil. If you can just unmute yourself. Neil, just have to, you can state your name and address.
Neil Ostberg, 1172 Scuttle Hole Road in Bridgehampton, a neighboring property.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you an adjacent property owner?
2 lots over, or three lots over, right after Marion Gabrielli, then there's 1 lot and then my lot.
Okay.
So I just wanted to thank you for hearing us, and I know it's super late. I will be very brief. I just think that, my understanding of the law and the way, I just think it's inappropriate for a building inspector to make a decision that is this impactful. Brian has described the town code and how the reasons why it's clear, the law is clear. But I also think that there is, what we are all trying to do is preserve the beauty of the community, and this to have a building inspector make a decision like this, it will have if it passes through the way at that current location, squeezed between Scuttle Hole Road and the pond, it will definitely have a negative impact to the community. And I just think it's too serious of a decision to make by a building inspector when that's not a time to sort of let the letter of the law slide. And, we all comply by zoning regulations, and, no private residence could ever be built that close to the pond. And it doesn't seem right, or it doesn't make sense that even a consideration of a multi-family dwelling, for whatever purpose it is, would be allowed to be squeezed on this thin strip of land between the road and the pond, where there's no roads, there's no way to get in and out, there's no direct access from that property to where these employees would be working at the golf course. So I just want to ask that the board look at this carefully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Chuck, just need to unmute yourself.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I know you got a long night, and I'm going to try to keep
very
it.
long night, longest night we've had in a long time.
You're talking to the choir here, so.
So I just have to swear you in. If you can state your name and address.
Charles Bowman, President, Land Use Ecological Services, 570 Expressway Drive South, Medford, New York.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I certainly do.
Thank you. You can tell us your comments.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. I'm representing, obviously, Mr. Matthews and the neighboring properties. I've worked along Shorts Pond doing several studies and wetland delineations for many years. What I'm always concerned about, and I have a great respect for the Zoning Board of Appeals. To me, you guys are like the guardians of the town code, and if we are not meeting the town code, you decide whether it's an appropriate use or not an appropriate use. I think that's probably something that you deal with on an everyday basis. But the town code here, and I could certainly speak to the environmental impacts, but the town code here is very clear. There's only 2, as Brian had said, there's only 2 workforce housings, appropriately, restaurant. Now, the golf course does have a restaurant in it, so certainly they could abide by that town code. Their previous housing was approved under an agricultural use. But as Pam Hardwood actually took a bit of my thunder, she defined what chapter 161.2 defines agriculture as farm production, marketing, and preparation of field crops, fruits, vegetables, livestock. It doesn't mention golf courses at all. And in fact, no place does it mention golf courses as an agricultural use. So I don't understand how the building inspector, and having worked all over Long Island with all sorts of boards, that the building inspector can all of a sudden decide that he's going to circumvent the town board in establishing a code that would allow golf course housing and have appropriate setbacks. Even if there was a exemption for a golf course to be agriculture, which I find it very difficult to believe, that it still requires setbacks of 200 feet from property lines, 150 feet from street frontage, and it's supposed to be meant to protect neighboring properties. Now, the planning board, and I'm sure Wayne is going to disagree with me, certainly circumvented all of the seeker requirements for closing public hearings, submitting environmental information after public hearings were closed. We're not allowed to respond to any environmental assessments that they proposed. And, in my experience of 40 years, I've never seen anything where a public hearing is closed that the applicant is then allowed to submit all sorts of additional information and without any public input to be able to respond to those. And I find it very troubling. So with that being said, I would hope the board would take its responsibilities, which I'm sure you will, and say, listen, change the code. Great. Golf courses need housing, change the code. Have setbacks, let them do it. But, it's certainly not up to the building inspector to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who is waiting to be heard in connection with this application? If you are waiting to be heard, you need to let us know by raising your hand. Charlie, any hands?
We know you're there, Wayne. We're gonna.
Well, don't appear to be any hands.
Well, let's get Mr. Bruin.
No hands. Okay. All right. Wayne, if you can do us a favor and please be brief. We have 7 applications after this. We're going to be up to 1 o'clock in the morning as it is.
Okay, good evening, board members, and I intend to be brief. I just want to point out that I believe Mr. Dennis Susskind, the president of Atlantic Golf Club, and Jim Mathers, the general manager, may be on or observing. We don't intend to speak or make a presentation. This appeal was filed in August. 5 months have passed. The application form had 2 sentences. Late this afternoon, we were advised a memorandum was submitted. It's the first time we've heard what the alleged arguments here are, and we would respectfully request an opportunity to respond in writing. And there's one thing I will agree, I haven't looked at the entire memorandum. I'll agree with Brian, is he stated in his testimony, the issue presented to this board is a simple and straightforward legal issue. I would agree to that. And the points being raised about environmental review and what the planning board did or this or that are properly placed in front of the planning board and not this board. This is a legal interpretation of an alleged decision. First of all, we asked the board and point out that we're not sure that was actually a determination of the building inspector. It was a referral response from a planning staff member. Nonetheless, we want to establish a briefing schedule for this. But just as part of some of the background, this board, and even a case you had tonight, has consistently looked at the issue and applied the proper law and determined what an accessory use is. Just by analogy, the building inspector, that's his role, they are determinations he makes day in and day out. if you take the analysis that Mr. Matthews says, no one would be allowed a tennis court anywhere in the town of Southampton because it's not listed, it's a prohibited use. That's his analysis. Nowhere does in the code does it say a tennis court is an accessory use. What the building inspector has done, tennis court is a customary accessory use subordinate to the principal use. And by that analysis, it is customary and accessory throughout the town, throughout the community, throughout Long Island. And that is the law and the analysis. And that is what this board has done. You did it with the Ira rented property. You did it with the day camp. You did it in cases where you looked at artist studios. You did it more recently with the Hills project, the Lewis Road PRD. The legal analysis in the briefing is there. What Mr. Matthews has failed to do is understand and present you with any precedent that this board has looked at and how to determine when and where the building inspector can grant what it is an accessory use and any evidence to that. In fact, he actually says what happens in the rest of the town is irrelevant. And I would submit that's not the law, and we will provide that evidence to you. And that's all I want to say tonight. We want the opportunity and would expect consideration of having the opportunity as the landowner, as we do have standing to be heard here, that we be given an opportunity to provide written response to this. And the only other thing, I see Mr. Susskind is here. If he wants to make any statements, I would end there unless the board has any questions for me. But I would like to participate in a discussion on a briefing schedule.
Okay, no problem. Dennis, just if you can state your name and address for the record.
Dennis Susskind, 344 Wainscott Harbor Road, Sagaponic.
And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, Adam.
Thank you. You can give us your comments.
I'm going to keep this to a minute and a half because we're going to be meeting again. And I believe me, after the presentation of Mr. Matthews and some of our neighbors, I have a lot to say about being neighbors, and I have a lot to say about what they spoke about. But I only stayed on this time because I wanted to thank Brian for his 11 years of service on the ZBA. I know what it's like to be up till 1 o'clock in the morning listening to everybody and then having to do the work behind the scenes. So Brian, on behalf of a lot of people, I thank you for your service and I wish you well. And I'll see you around town.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Appreciate it.
Done a great job. I've received the submission of Mr. Matthews today. I read it quickly. Each of you know better than me that what the responsibilities are of the ZBA. You will find virtually all of his comments and concerns are not within the purview of the ZBA, and you'll determine that, not me. That was just my quick view of the comments that he was referring to. I will leave it to Wayne, our attorney, to respond in writing to all his comments. I just would like to make just one comment. I was on the original Bridgehampton Civic Association Village.
CAC.
CAC. Thank you. I'm getting old. CAC. And what we used to do in the old days when we had neighbors, we would call them up and say, somebody is objecting to something, come in and give us your view also. The Civic Association didn't do that. The CAC didn't do that. And even my next door neighbor to the Atlantic Golf Club didn't do that when I went to her house, showed her our plans and said, we're going to do this, but if you have any problems with anything specific, tell me about it before the first public hearing. I called her 2 times between that visit and the public. I knew her father very well. He's an iconic guy in the village, in the town of Southampton, or was. And I called twice to see if she had any comments. She didn't return my calls. It's just not how we used to be here. And that's really sad. The last thing I'd like to say is when people talked about vistas, we are leaving what we believe is a generous vista into the pond from the road. Yet all the neighbors that spoke tonight, I recall not that many years ago when there were no trees on Scuttle Hole Road in front of their property, they put up 30-foot trees so that no one could look in and have that vista. So for them to say that we're cutting off their vista when we're opening up a vista is absurd. We have the right today to put up trees all along Scuttle Hole Road. We have to go to nobody, as they did. They didn't have to go to get permission. We never did that. We're not going to do it if and when this gets approved by you and anybody else. I thank you for your time, and I hope you get to sleep before 1 o'clock. I will be well in bed by then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay, so I guess now we're just going to a briefing schedule, Wayne and Brian.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we had a few rebuttal points, but you know what? It's getting late. I don't want to keep the board here, so let's go right ahead and do that. That's perfectly fine, Adam. Thank you.
So, how long do you need, Brian, and how long do you need, Wayne?
Well, if I may just ask a question, if Brian's going to make any more submissions, I'd like to respond to all the submissions at least once, not, so I don't know if you have anything to add based
Well,
on
I
tonight,
think it's,
Brian?
well, I think, you know, it's been my understanding and my experience, both in front of this board, that, you know, that these briefing schedules is handled in much the way that motion practice is. This is our appeal. So I think we have our memorandum of law and you have our testimony tonight. I think Wayne can submit his memorandum or whatever packet he wants to put together in opposition, and then we would have a chance to reply and do it in that kind of standard course of events.
I was just asking if you had anything further to submit and how much time you might want to do that
Oh,
right
no.
now.
I think any submissions that I put in would be in response to yours. Sorry, I must have misunderstood your question.
So you have nothing further, then I would ask at least 30 to whatever the end of February would be to basically be able to reply here.
You want till the end of February?
And I would ask for I would ask for time at the back end of that, and then to do our reply, and then we can have it
So,
deep, you know.
All right. So looking at the calendar, Wayne, towards the end of February, I mean, today's January 20th, February 25th, February 28th.
The 28th is probably a better day.
Okay. And then, Brian, do you want a similar amount of time?
Yeah, if I could, I'm
March.
actually getting a knee replacement surgery in the middle of February. So those couple of weeks at the back end there, I'm going to need some time to go over stuff. So if I could have then 30 days after that, that would be great.
Okay. Well, 30 days would be March 28th.
Okay.
And the meeting after that for decision purposes, Adam?
Would be
April 1st or 15th.
Right.
So I'll make a motion since I won't be here, but I'll say Wayne has till February 28th to put in papers. Brian Matthews has till the what was that March date, Adam? I'm sorry.
March 28th.
March 28th.
March 28th.
Actually, our first meeting in April is April 7th, not April 1st.
March
Oh,
28th,
sorry,
and then
yeah.
it'll be on for decision the second meeting of April, which is the
21st.
21st. That's my motion. Written
Second.
submissions only.
Yeah. Okay. And also, if anyone from
Closing
the
the public hearing.
public wants to submit, they can submit, up until March 28th as well. I would think that would be only fair. If anyone in the public wants to submit something. Okay. All right. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
I think I say aye, but I'm a little confused on what the dates are. So the meeting is April 21st?
The decision's going to be April
Decision.
21st.
And the
we have a briefing
submissions-
schedule for Wayne's submission, February 28th, and Brian's reply, March 28th.
And when do they
4/21
come
decision.
to us? And when do they come to the ZBA?
They're not coming back.
Just
They're
Not coming back.
But the submissions will come to us in advance of the meeting, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what the deadline's are.
Right.
All right, because I'm sorry it's late. I just needed clarification. Aye.
Okay. All right, Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you all for your comments. Greatly appreciated. Have a good rest of your night.
Have a good rest of your night.
Don't
Hope it goes
Okay.
quickly for you. Thank you.
Get
All
some
right. You too.
Item 6 on the agenda. Estrada Ruiz, 46 Seagate Avenue in West Hampton, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-354-4-68. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code 330-115D2, continuance for a proposed second-story addition, a rear yard setback of 24.9 where 30 feet is permitted on a non-conforming lot, and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction.
Okay, who's here on behalf of the applicant?
I am.
Okay. Good evening. I just have to swear you in unless you're an attorney.
Okay,
If you can state your name and address, please.
sure. Linda Butelshis and address
Yes.
9 Bernstein Boulevard, Santa Mauritius, 11934.
Okay, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you. If you can tell us about the application.
Sure, I can tell you it's a little smaller than what you've been dealing with. I am representing Mr. and Mrs. Estrada Ruiz as their architect. And they're on an existing non-conforming lot. The width of the lot is only 80 feet. And what initiated this is that they have a very small living room. They live in a split lower level, upper level. So their living area is on the upper level. And the only thing between their sofa and their Christmas tree is a coffee table. So they would really like to propose to move their dining room out to the rear yard, keep it aligned with the side of the house. This is going to reduce their rear yard, so they're asking for relief from 30 foot required to 24.9 foot rear yard. They want to extend their living room, which just take up what's up on the upper level now. They want to make it the full depth of their house. So they want to move the dining room out over the rear yard and wrap it around their kitchen to the interior kitchen wall. And then off of that, they want an 8x8 foot wood deck. They intend to keep the grade open, their backyard, they want as open as possible. So with the, there's only going to be clad columns in their rear yard. They have an existing patio now. So they just want to maintain their living conditions as they are now with this upper level addition. Simple gable roof, intersecting gable roof at the rear. It's lower than the existing ridge of the existing house, which is, I believe, was built in the 60s. And the addition has no need for pyramid relief. It's perfectly fine. And they are aware of relocating their existing wood sheds. So they will be moved within 10 foot of the lot lines.
Okay.
And you've already submitted a revised survey for that, right?
Yes, that's correct. I have a calculation. Let's see, I have 12/22, December 22nd is the latest. Yeah, so it looks like 19.7% coverage if you include the addition and the sheds and the house.
Okay. And in the revised survey we have, it looks like it indicates that the sheds are to be either relocated or removed.
Yes, that's correct. We've actually, just for the board's information, one of the sheds may be moved up to the exact center point of the existing patio.
Okay. Minimal relief. Are there any other questions of members of the board? Or Katie or Anthony? Is there anyone from the public who is waiting to be heard this evening in connection with the application of Ruiz? This is for property located at 46 Seagate Avenue in West Hampton. If you're waiting to be heard, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
No hands.
No hands. Okay. Keith, it is
Okay,
yours.
I'll move to close this, leaving it open for written submissions to February 4 with a determination on February 17.
Second.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Daly. Can't hear you, Mike. Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Chair votes
Aye
aye.
for Daily.
Thank you for your presentation this evening, Linda.
Thank you very much for your patience. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Item 7 on the agenda is Drew Fine, 116 Oliver Cove Lane in Watermill, Suffolk County Tax Map.
Nope. We were gonna I think we made a motion to re-advertise this, didn't we?
To adjourn. Adjourn.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. I was told to read it and then we would make the motion to adjourn. Is that what you want me to do?
That's what you had done.
I thought you did it, yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It's
you
late.
did earlier. You did
I
earlier.
know.
It's late. I'm getting old. Okay, we go on to item 8.
No, 9.
Yes,
9.
9. Thank you, Helen.
You're welcome.
9 is PJT Realty Management LLC. 21 Spring Lane in Noyak, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-6-2-43.2. That's all you're getting out of me.
Thank you.
This is a holdover.
Go ahead, Kim, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Kim.
Okay, good evening. I'll try to be real quick. The last
hope so.
time that you saw this was back in November. My client was requesting required rear yard lot coverage. They had pre-existing rear yard lot coverage of 24.5, and they were requesting lot coverage, required rear yard lot coverage of 33.2% to build a deck 8 feet back towards the property line. The house has a CO, the existing deck has a CO. They were both built before 1977 when the required rear yard lot coverage was enacted. When I was here in November, I advised the board that I had spoken with the neighbor to the east and who would be most impacted by the construction of the deck and the pool. And she had no objection. She would like to see trees, though, a tree line planted along the common property boundary to screen my client's porch and pool from her house, which they have no issue with. The board asked me to submit 2 things at the November meeting, which I did. One was a single and separate survey, single and separate search. So curiously, even though my client their property has a CO and so do the adjacent properties are all CO'd, in order to take advantage of the 3/10 relief for 3/10, 4/10, you have to submit a single and separate survey. So I did submit that, and I have to say this is one of the most bizarre things in my 25 years practicing law. I've never seen this. My title guy, who's very experienced, I think the chairman knows him, Ken Zaylor, has no explanation for how this happened. Can I share my screen?
Sure.
Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. So there was a single and separate, but it wasn't with the property that I thought it was going to be with. It was at the end of the road, and I've never seen something like this. Share screen, okay. Okay, I don't want to take your time because I'm not too good at doing this. But what I'm going to do is the handout that I gave to the board. There was a handout. And if you look at this page right over here, and you see my client's lot, I highlighted in yellow in your handout. And
Yep, you see it.
right over here. So I figured, oh, the single and separate is going to come back and show common ownership with the next door lot. It doesn't. It shows common ownership with this 52 square foot thing at the end of Spring Lane. So if you flip to the next page of the handout, you'll see I blew it up. So there's the end of Spring Lane. And this is what the common ownership is with this 52. It's 1 foot. You'll see on the tax map, it says 1 foot call out on the width, and it's 52 feet wide. And I asked my title company, I said, how did this happen? I don't understand this. And he couldn't explain it, but was in common ownership for 12 years. It's not in common ownership anymore. It's owned by a totally different party. It's not a buildable tax lot. So there was a common ownership from 1974 to 1986. That 52 square foot piece at the end of the road is not a buildable lot. And one of the reasons why you submit a single and separate is to demonstrate that if your lot was in common ownership with another lot, that if you combine the two square footages, then you would bring the lots into zoning conformity. In this case, this 52 square foot lot is not even buildable, and adding it to my client's lot area doesn't bring it into any kind of zoning conformity. So, and the reason why I bring this up is if we're not entitled to the 3/10 relief, then our rear yard setback line moves and we have to request substantially more relief. So right now, if you see the survey, I did yellow right here to show that's on the survey that shows the existing rear yard setback using 3/10 relief. If we can't have the 3/10 relief, it's where this pink line is and it goes straight through my client's house. So that drives up the required rear yard lot coverage. So I would respectfully submit that the board make a finding that this lot is single and separate from the 52 square foot, whatever it is at the end of Spring Lane. It is considered a lot. It has its own separate tax lot number, but it is 52 square feet. Second of all, the other thing the board asked me to get was a pyramid diagram, which is, it's the next page if you flip it over. So here's the pyramid. And there's already pre-existing violation because, like I said, the deck, the house, they were built before 1977, before the required rear yard lot coverage came into play. And the railing does have certificate of compliance. It's in the application package. There's already 12 cubic feet of existing pyramid. And with the proposed deck in the pool, it will be an additional 4 cubic feet. I would submit to the board that that's a very de minimis amount for the pyramid. Again, as far as this deck is concerned, we don't need overall lot coverage relief. We meet that. We meet all of our accessory structure setbacks, so we don't need any distance to lot line for the deck of the pool. We don't need any side yard setback relief for the deck of the pool. It's just required rear yard lot coverage. And now 4 cubic feet of pyramid. And I would like the board to, if you so desire, to make a finding of single and separate from us in the end of Spring Lane for the 52 square foot lot. And as I said earlier, the neighbor who would be most impacted to the east has no objection, just would like us to plant some trees on the property line for screening purposes.
All right, so Katie, my question is, doing a single and separate analysis, not part of what was advertised for the application. We'd be doing that under any and all relief necessary?
Yeah, I mean, normally I would be concerned, but it's with a strip of a road, I mean, it's,
right.
I don't know. I don't think it's significant. I don't think that anybody, sometimes we do get opposition to single and separates, and I mean, I think this one's easy to put under any and all relief necessary.
I agree with that.
Okay, all right. And we have enough information. Kim, just want to ask a few questions. Separate deeds, separate tax map numbers,
Yes,
not used in conjunction with one another.
correct. And I actually, the parcel is owned by somebody. They got the notice, they signed for it, but I've never heard from them regarding the 52 square foot.
Okay, and no accessory buildings or anything on one lot benefiting the other?
No.
Okay, all right. All right, any other questions from members of the board? Is there anyone from the public who's waiting to be heard this evening in connection with the application of PJT Realty Management LLC? This is for property located at 21 Spring Lane in Noyak. If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
No hands.
No hands. Okay, if not, Mike, it is yours.
Adam, let me just add though, Kim did say that there is that minor pyramid encroachment. So I would want you to add that in the decision as well. It's
Okay.
whatever it is, 16, what is it, 16 cubic feet, four cubic feet,
Yeah.
12 existing, 4 new. I mean,
Okay. Okay. Mike, you're muted. We can't hear you.
There
There
you
we
go. So we're going to close this,
Yep.
except for written submissions until February 4th, and with a decision on February 17th.
We have a second.
Second.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Ms. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thanks so much, Kim. Have a good rest of your night.
Brian, I wanted to say thank you for your years of service, and I look forward to seeing you over here on the dark side.
You got it, Kim. Thank you. Always good seeing you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Item 11 on the agenda is 808 Mecox Road LLC. 808 Mecox Road, Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-116-2-4.4.
Good evening, Kyle.
Good evening. How you doing, guys?
Doing okay. Just another late night for us.
Yeah, almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah. So can you give us an update?
Sure. So the neighbors and the applicant have come to a meeting of the minds. Basically the same conditions we had discussed at the last meeting. I believe Mike Sunlinski submitted a letter to the board. I think Katie has a copy of it, talking about what those conditions are. I also had a survey, a revised survey illustrating a reduced size tennis court down from the 115 to 110, which also in my cover letter indicating what the nature of the variance is as a result of the reduction in the tennis court size.
Okay. Thank you. That's good to hear. I'm always happy to hear when neighbors are getting along, working things out. It's good when it happens. Doesn't always happen.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. So 55 by 110 tennis court. The agreement with, I know it was discussed at the last public hearing, screening, is that part of what was discussed?
Yes, screening, depth of the court went from 4 feet to 6 feet. And what was the last one?
Something about like a tree line.
Yeah, the tree
Oh, and
line, a fence, trees, 2 rows of trees, in fact, and the depth of the court. I believe that's the only.
Okay. And you submitted a letter on
Yes.
this? Okay.
All right, Katie has the letter.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, you'll all get it. They just sent it. Mike just sent it today.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah, I have them right here. There's 3 items. It says sink the court to 6 feet below natural grade. At the applicant's sole cost and expense shall install a 6-foot wood fence, style to be agreed upon the parties. Also, a part of that fence is a sound deadening fabric treatment on the applicant's side of the fence. And then add to the newly established tree line, because there's an existing tree line there now, to the east, a new row of trees, basically. Those are the 3 items.
Okay.
And I know, Kyle, I know you said you submitted a new survey, but what is the new setback and
Oh, I have that
rear
right
yard?
here. Hold on, I got it right here. Hold on. The setbacks associated now are, before, we had 2 variances, side yard variance. The variance required after the reduction is now a 1.6 foot variance from the 30 feet required, providing a 28.4 foot setback from the eastern property line. And it's a 669 square foot variance from the rear lot coverage, which will result in 4,023 square feet or 24%, where 3,354 square feet, or 20% is permitted.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Is there anyone from the public who's waiting to be heard in connection with the application of 808 Mecox Road LLC? This is for property located at 808 Mecox Road in Bridgehampton. If there is anyone who's waiting to be heard, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
No hands.
No hands, okay.
Excellent.
Susan, it's yours.
We're going to close the public hearing and accept written submissions up till February 4th with a decision on February 17th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Kern,
Aye.
Mr. Tudhill,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you for your testimony tonight, Kyle. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to also express my thanks for Brian for his service, and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Kyle. Thank you. You too.
All right.
Yeah. Good night.
Right.
Hi, Kyle.
Item 12
Good night.
on the
Good night,
agenda
Kyle.
is Gwendolyn Brewer, 116B, Palcork Avenue in Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-294-2-17.
Good evening, Daphne.
I'm back.
Back for more. Okay.
I'm not frozen this time. I think my children were sucking up the internet earlier.
Okay. All right. Can you give us an update?
Yes. So after the last meeting last month, I had a meeting with Art Gerhauser and Marge Riley to go over the whole project and the property and the required variances for the project. And it appears that between Art and I, we both had some errors, and one of them being the location of the required rear yard. We had shown it with a 3/10 calculation based on a single and separate search, but Art had told me that really the rear yard should be shown at the back of the screened porch, which is actually 5 feet off of the rear lot line. So technically there's no structures in the required rear yard. So there is no rear lot coverage variance needed, assuming that the board legalizes the setback for the screened deck. Now, my client has agreed to remove, I do have a revised survey. I'm going to share my screen because that will help explain this, and hopefully this will work. Here we go. Okay, so, and this is of course really faint. We are showing the rear lot line here now from this closest setback, where before we were showing it, it was going through the middle of the house. So my client has agreed to remove this deck on the south side because she doesn't need it. We're legalizing this deck that was constructed by a prior owner. It's an enclosed, it's really an enclosed porch. It's called a screen deck on the survey. This deck here is only 11 inches above grade and technically does not require a building permit. The new additions are here and here. One of the other issues that came up was a neighbor had come on and was asking us about relocating this propane tank, which we're now showing to be relocated next to the shed that we are legalizing that my client put here on the property in the required front yard. Art Gerhauser did confirm that this would be an appropriate location per New York State codes. What else? I also provided a letter to Candace from the engineer for Ms. Brewer stating that the shed is in good condition and that it can withstand, it's structurally sound, basically. So assuming that this is the rear yard, there's no required rear yard variances needed. So the variances that we do need, I'm going to go over. They're actually a lot less than the original, not really a lot less, but they're less. So the new addition on the east side, which is this here, we need a variance from 330, 115D1, continuance for side yard regulations for lots in single and separate ownership, for a side yard variance of 11.1 feet, where 12.24 feet is required, and 330-84D, pyramid in the amount of 148 cubic feet from this south side. For the screen deck, we require a variance from 330-115D1 for a side yard setback of 4.6 feet from 5.1 feet, which is the setback of the existing building. So 4.3 feet is here. And for 331-15D for a rear yard setback for lots held in single and separate ownership of 5 feet from the existing 15.3, which is this corner that's existing, to 5 feet, which is here. What else?
I'm sorry, Daphne, could you just go over that last one again?
Sure. So this is the screen deck does not have a building permit, so we have to legalize this.
Right.
It was built by a prior owner. So the residence that is existing and does have a CO. It is at 10.3 plus what is this?
5.
5.
Yeah.
So it's
right.
15.3 to here. And then this is 5 feet. So we're going from this 15.3 down to 5 with 115D. And then this requires 102 cubic feet of pyramid from the rear lot line. And then the open deck on the north side, this one requires a rear yard setback of 5.9 feet, where 10 feet is required. That's what Art had said. And then this shed that we're legalizing needs 330-70-60 for an accessory building to be located in the required front yard. 83C for a front yard setback of 10.5 feet, where 40 feet is required. And 330-11 for a side yard of 9.5, which is this setback, where 10 feet is required. And pyramid in the amount of 6 cubic feet. So this is a pre-existing non-conforming residence. We did provide a single and separate. It does have a pre-existing CO. The house, when she adds on the proposed additions, will only have 2 bedrooms. Basically, she parks her cars over here. This is a garden area. She uses the shed for her gardening equipment. And then this is all septic. So it's a tight lot. This is I believe it's like a 500-foot right of way to Ponquag Avenue. This is the Hampton Bays Fire Department here.
What's the rear yard coverage?
There is no rear yard coverage technically if the screen deck is legalized, because Art told me the rear yard would come from this point across the property. So there's no structures in here that would require, rear yard coverage.
Okay. And the outdoor shower's gone?
This will be removed. So it's this deck is a deck and an outdoor shower, and she's removing this.
Yeah.
Marge Riley was supposed to be submitting a revised memo to the board. So this survey has all the revisions that Art was looking for, and I believe the board was looking for. A lot of these measurements had plus or minuses on them, so all of that has been removed. We removed any irrelevant information, and everything that's on here should be everything that's necessary. We have the 4/10 calculation. We're showing here that there is no rear lot coverage based on this as the rear lot line, which is, it's hard to see on this because it's digital, but on the actual paper copy, you can see that there is a line here. We have regular lot coverage here, which is only 10%, where 20 is allowed. And
Are the setbacks for the shed still 10.5 and 19.5?
no, it's 9.5. That was a typo. It's
Okay.
9.5. And
But is
10.
it still where 20 is required, or is it?
9.5 where 10 is required because I have supplied a single and separate.
Okay.
Although maybe even with the single and separate, I'm not sure how we'll, how we do that, how we write it out. But anyway, figure that out.
Yeah, so like I said, I submitted a letter with all of these variances on it based upon my meeting with Marge and Art. And Marjorie was supposed to be also basically confirming that in her own memo to the board. And I believe that Candace was going to be supplying her with a copy of my submission so that she could basically, bless it.
When did we get that?
It was submitted on Tuesday. But actually, it was hand submitted Tuesday. I emailed it to them on Friday.
Okay.
And of course, we had the holiday on Monday. This was a 2-page survey, and the surveyor, when they sent it to me, only sent me page 2, which is the right of way here, which I had last week. So when they didn't send me the right page, if you were going to only send me 1 page.
Okay.
So I received that, and that's why it didn't get in until Tuesday.
Well, I appreciate the effort that you put into this, Daphne. It needs to be cleared up, and you've done that, and so that makes our job much easier. Any questions from members of the board? Okay, great. Okay, is there anyone from the public who's waiting to be heard on Zoom in connection with this application? It's the application of Brewer for property located at 160 Hongquag Avenue in Hampton Bays. If you're waiting to be heard on Zoom, this would be the time to let us know by raising your hand.
No hands.
Okay. If not, I have a lead on the application. I would move that we close the application except for written submissions. The deadline for written submissions will be end of business on February 4th. And I will have the decision ready at our February, I believe it's 17th meeting.
Right, second.
Second meeting in February.
Yep. Second.
Yeah, it would be, so yes, 2/17 for decision.
Okay.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second. For the
Mr.
third
Daly.
time. Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill.
Aye.
Joe votes aye. Thanks so
Thank
much,
you.
Daphne. Have
Good
a good rest of your
night.
night.
You too.
Okay, we're on to the decision calendar. We're coming down the home stretch.
We are. I have a few. Anyone else want to go first?
I have a determination in the matter of Barbara and Daniel Montero, property located at 33 Windermere Road, Bay Point, Noyak, New York. And tax map 909-2 lot 35. Agent for the applicant testified that the owner wishes to construct a 1-bedroom addition to an existing home. Testified that the home will be in line with the character of the existing neighborhood and that there be several larger homes nearby. The requested relief is minimal, meets the 5-part test. Therefore, in the interest of justice and for the reasons set forth herein, this board grants applicant relief from Town Code 330-84D for a pyramid encroachment of 125.7 cubic feet for the proposed second-story addition on the south side of the property. All existing proposed shown on the survey made by LS, last dated 7/30/21, and architectural renderings made by Gemini Craft Inc., dated August 22nd, 2021. The grant of the foregoing relief is further conditioned upon the applicant obtaining all other necessary permits or approvals.
Second.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I have a determination in the matter of the application LES Investments 2 LLC. The tax map number of this property is 900-366-116.3. This application is for property located at 7 Cedar Lane, Remsenburg/Spionk. Applicant requests variances in connection with an outdoor shower built without the benefit of a building permit. While the board does not condone construction done without permits, this application does pass the standards set forth in New York State Town Law and the Town Code. Therefore, and for the aforementioned reasons, this board grants applicant relief from Town Code 330-83A for yards, Town Code 330-76D, placement of accessory building structures and uses in all districts, and Town Code 330-11, residential districts, table of dimensional regulations, for a roofed outdoor shower located in the required minimum side yard for a principal building at the setback of 18.7 feet where 20 feet is required. These variances are for structures as shown on the survey prepared by John Mintos, Land Surveying, last dated June 14, 2021, and are subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant has already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire the final approval of the subject premises.
Second.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
I am recused on that application.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill,
Aye.
Mr. DeSassa.
Adam, could you just give me the address of that application?
Sure, 7 Cedar Lane, Remsenburg, Spionk.
Aye.
Okay, chair votes aye. I next have a decision on the application of Fabio Dano, or I'm probably not mispronouncing it, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-176-212. This application is for property located at 4 Cold Spring Court, Shinnecock Hills. Applicant requests variances in connection with a proposed shed on a lot burdened by wetlands. This application passes the standards set forth in New York State Town Law and the Town Code. Therefore, and for the aforementioned reasons, this board grants relief to the applicant from Town Code 336 General Regulations, which references Town Code 330-11 Residence Districts Table of Dimensional Regulations, and relief from Town Code 335 Definitions Lot Line Front B3 for a distance from rear lot line from 20 feet to 10 feet, and for a proposed 252 square foot garage/shed, Town Code 330-84D height for a pyramid encroachment in the amount of 13.80 cubic feet on the south side of the property. These variances are for structures as shown on the survey prepared by Paul Borilski Land Surveying, last revised December 10th, 2020, and the plans prepared by architect Michael Dunn, last revised June 28, 2021, and are subject to such other conditions and permits as the applicant has already acquired and may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of the subject premises.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Tuthill,
Aye.
Mr. Daly,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Aye.
Ms. Kern,
Aye.
Ms. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. DeSessa.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I have a decision in the matter of the application. It's a minor decision in the matter of the application of Richard Duran for property located at tax map number 900-321-524. This application is for property located at 22D Gardeners Lane, Hampton Bays. Applicant requests variances in connection with a proposed one-story dwelling and attached garage. This application passes the standards set forth in New York State Town Law and the Town Code. Therefore, and for the reasons set forth herein, this board grants relief to the applicant from Town Code 330-11 Residential Districts Table of Dimensional Regulations for a proposed one-story dwelling with attached garage on a non-conforming lot. 1, a principal front yard setback of 30 feet where 40 feet is required, and 2, a principal rear yard setback of 52.3 feet where 60 feet is required, where structures as shown on the survey prepared by Nathan Taft Colwyn III, surveyor, last revised March 23rd, 2021, and the plans and elevations prepared by Robert James Higgins, architect, dated January 14th, 2021. Grant to the foregoing relief is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant has already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of the subject premises.
Second.
Mr. Tuthill.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
Aye.
Mr. Daly.
Aye.
Mr. Sessa.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
All right, I
Anyone
have
else?
one. I do. I have one
do?
last.
Okay.
This is a decision in the matter of the application of 81 Roseway LLC for property located at 81 Roseway, Bridgehampton, New York, tax map number 900-134-2-14.8. This application meets the 5-part test, and I will read the determination. For the reasons set forth herein, this board grants applicant relief from Town Code 1, Section 330-77D, placement of accessory buildings, structures, and uses in residence districts for a proposed rear yard coverage of 22.19%, where a maximum of 20% is permitted, and 2, Section 330-11, residence districts table of dimension regulations, for an accessory rear yard setback of 22.4 feet where 30 feet is required, and an accessory side yard setback of 23.5 feet where 30 feet is required, for the location of a proposed 55 by 110 sunken tennis court, as shown on the survey of Saskis Surveying Company, PC, last revised December 17, 2021, and incorporated herein. This relief is further conditioned on the installation and maintenance by the applicant and any future property owner of a vegetative screening as presented by said survey on the northern rear property line and western side property line. Grant to the foregoing relief is subject to the conditions of such other permits as applicant has heretofore acquired or may otherwise be necessary for final approval of the proposed tennis court to be built at the subject property.
Second.
Ms. Kern.
Aye.
Mr. Tuthill.
Aye.
Mr. Kelly.
I am recused on that application.
Mr. Daly.
No.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Sessa.
I am recused on that application.
Chair votes aye. I think we're done.
Motion to close.
Wow. Second.
Wow, something. Second. Okay.
Thank
all
you,
in favor?
Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks,
Thank you
Brian.
guys.
Thank
Enjoy.
you,
Have fun. I'll
Brian.
see everybody around.